interval will now be fixed at 20 past 3, with the rescheduled photo play at 10 to 6, or the completion of the overs.
Well, welcome back to the county ground. Nick Ledhill here with Roshan Alam and Martin Emerson. Day 3, slightly delayed start between Essex and Durham, and I'm pleased to say that we are going to begin at 10:50. There's still a threat of showers, as there will be for the first couple of sessions, and then a much bigger threat of rain after tea. But it's a mix of some blue sky, particularly over the far side of the ground, and lighter cloud than we had probably about half an hour ago when we had that spell of rain. It's really just a shower, really, but it held up the start of play for 20 minutes. So 312 for 3 in reply to Durham's 333. And Dean Elgar has got his first 100 of the season. It's been a very good one indeed, and he's 140 not out. And Essex will be hoping that Matt Critchley can move to his 3rd century of the season, because he's only 3 runs away from it. So it's going to be Potts to bowl first. Morning to Roshan.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, not too bad. Pleased to see some play. I thought, when we were looking at the weather predictions in the last couple of days leading up to this, it said basically thunder all day. So the fact that we'll have some play, not least because Matt Critchley's on 97 not out, is I think very pleasing for us, very pleasing for the fans who've turned out despite the weather forecast. So fingers crossed we can get away some play.
Yes, and Essex will be looking to carry on really from where they were yesterday, because it's a very good stand this between these two, which the pair came together at 158, so they've almost doubled the score. 154 unbroken for the 4th wicket as things stand, and Potts is going to bowl from the Graham Gooch end with a straight approach, and bowls to Critchley, who takes a run very easily into the offside of the first ball of this 3rd morning. So 10 to 11, it feels as though we're starting 10 minutes early, really, because of course I haven't quite gotten used to these 10:30 starts in September. But yeah, we lunch is 12:30, tea 3:20, and we can play till 10 to 6 plus half an hour. But I think the forecast suggests, Roshan, we may not have too much after 4.
Yeah, it looks like sort of dark clouds looming in the distance above Chelmsford. So we'll just hope maybe that the winds carry them slightly slower than they're due. It'd be good to see if these two teams can buckle down and get a few more bonus points, much needed bonus points.
Potts coming in with 2 slips to a left-handed Elgar with a short mid wicket, and he just well, I think he was trying to play that one back down the pitch, but maybe a slight adjustment in the bat handle. It's squeezed away into the offside, and they've scampered through for a single. So 314 for 3, a run to each batter at the start of this day, and Essex continuing their fine batting form, which of course they showed in the 50 over competition, but before that they were showing in the Championship with the excellent performance at Hove, backed up by another good batting performance at Chelmsford, albeit with a Kookaburra, of course, those 2 games. 2 slips waiting as Potts bowls to Critchley, and Critchley takes another single, squeezed away between cover and short third, out towards the sweeper, and one more goes to the score. So 315 for 3. So Critchley with the 2 centuries to his name so far, averaging 43, and 732 runs at the last count. So it's a season that has been pretty promising for him, and adapted to that role, opening the batting in the 50 over competition with some success. And Potts is going to bowl round the wicket to Elgar, and Elgar will play this one away. It doesn't get a single this time as it goes up towards mid-on. Breaks the run of singles. Elgar stays where he was at the striker's end.
Yeah, watching Matt Critchley bat yesterday was an absolute joy. There was one point, I looked up at the scorecard and his strike rate was 115, and I almost wondered whether that was a typo, but no, he was powering along quite nicely.
I mean, he's had a pretty good run of form, and when he is in form, he's a pleasure to watch. His Potts bowling to him, and there's Elgar with a fine stroke. He plays it past mid-wicket. That'll be the first boundary of the morning, just slightly over-pitched. And it's quite a long boundary out there, but it's got across pretty quickly, even with a damp outfield. And that takes Elgar up to 145, turning into a fairly expensive opening over of the morning. That will be, 7 from it so far, I think. 319 for 3, and it means they have now more than doubled the score. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us while we do have play today. It'd be nice to hear from you. And Essex looking to score pretty briskly here. I wonder if they've got that 400 in mind, but certainly if you get to 350 in 110 overs, as that's outside the off stump. We're in the 90th over at the moment. That's outside the off stump, left alone. The end of the 90th overs are 20 overs to get whatever runs they can for a third and possibly a fourth batting point. Critchley on 99, Elgar on 145, and it's 319 for 3 and 7 from the opening over.
Yeah, certainly a lot of interesting narratives at play this morning, with the rain expected to interrupt the game. Both teams looking at as many bonus points as they can in this relegation battle. We keep saying it's 8th versus 9th, and so in the back of Essex's mind, they'll certainly be thinking about how many bonus points they can get in the next 20 overs. They're on 319 for 3.
And the risk probably reduces because of the rain that's forecast. So in a way, they can take a bit more risk.
Exactly. Matt Critchley's to face the first ball of this Ben Rain over. He's on 99, in he comes, and this is dabbed to the fielder at backward point for no run. Yeah, and
it's turning out, but that spell, particularly from Porter, to bowl Durham out for only just over 300 has really proved to be quite a key moment in this game, because it did look like Durham would get over 400 themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of feeling from the Durham fans that perhaps there were more runs out there. Here comes Ben Rain, second ball of the over. Critchley, he's on 99 not out, and this is blocked out for no run. That'll be another dot ball. Matt Critchley taking his time on 99.
Yep, and certainly he can make sure he picks the right ball to get the 100, but he might just have that. He's probably the quickest scorer of the two, but he might just have that 400 in mind as a possible if they can get a good start here. It just means scoring at 4 and over 20 overs, so it's certainly something that's feasible.
Certainly doable as rain comes in. Third ball of this over into Matt Critchley, and this is pushed back past the bowler for another dot ball. Essex 319 for 3. This in response to Durham's first innings total of 333. Yeah, and I absolutely agree. There was a feeling that maybe Durham could have done more, particularly after the start they had in the first 2 sessions on day 1. They started yesterday morning with 2 wickets in hand, but were bowled out in 19 minutes. So Essex get the job done very efficiently on day 2, and here we are, day 3, in what we expect to be a rain-interrupted game. But both teams looking to get the best out of it and as many bonus points as they can. Here comes rain once again into Critchley, 99 not out, and this time he will take off. That's pushed down to third man, and it's a simple single, and it might go all the way. In fact, it does. And so Matt Critchley reaches his third 100 of the season with a boundary. That's his 12th first class, and it's been a phenomenal innings to watch. 12 fours, 1 6, entertainment through the afternoon, and he's applauded by a standing ovation from the Essex crowd.
Yeah, third 100 to add to 450, so it's been quite a prolific season for him, and with the pace at which he scored in the innings, he's been the ideal foil for Elgar. Elgar's been able to go along more or less his own pace, and it's worked very well for the side.
They have complemented each other beautifully as rain comes in now, and Critchley sort of defends that, really, deflects to a similar place to where the previous ball had gone, but no run this time. Essex 3-2-3 for 3.
Yeah, fascinating if we did have not much interruption today as to how the game could develop, and whether there'll be anything more on offer to the bowlers maybe tomorrow. If Essex were, say, 200 ahead, trying to put Durham under pressure. But Essex, after probably an indifferent start to the game, have played very well once again to carry on this good run of form they've been in really since the Hove Championship match.
Final ball of the over, in comes rain, and Critchley slashes at this one. This is going to go away for 4 on the offside. reached out long arms to get to that one, and there was enough momentum in it. We thought there might be a slow outfield today because of the rain this morning. None of it for Matt Critchley. He moves to 107. Elgar with him on 145, and Essex at 327 for 3.
And closing in on the first innings lead, which is only just around the corner now. 6 runs is now the difference in the side, isn't it, with that boundary? So, yeah, I think very much the idea would be to try and score as briskly as possible. Look to see if they can get that 400, which, given the start they've made in the first couple of overs, it looks probably more likely than it did at the start of the play. So that would give them a haul of 7 bonus points plus whatever they're going to get. Obviously, if they can get to 400, they're guaranteed, pretty much guaranteed against defeat, and they'll look to get a few more than that. So it'll be draw points or outside chance of win points on the top of that. So it'll be a good return for Essex from the game. Going to be doing a news update in just a moment. So this is clipped away by Elgar, first ball of Potts, new over, played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Elgar there on 145. It's a bit of a stop-start season for him, but having had a bit of a break during the 50-over competition, he's come back as if he was in his best form. Certainly once he got going in this innings, I think early on from reports he was just a little bit scratchy, but that's probably just indicative of not having had time at the crease. I think he's barely picked a bat up in the last 4 or 5 weeks. Just the one slip in as Potts bowls one that keeps it a little bit low, if anything. That's with a crouching defensive shot played back down the pitch by Elgar. That's interesting. And Elgar's gone to prod the pitch where that one pitched. So I wonder if that's maybe an indication of things to come. But 327 for 3. Good start by Essex. We began at 10 to 11 after a short rain delay. Weather's okay at the moment, and Elgar on the drive doesn't time it, sends it straight up to mid-off, and there's no run.
You have to wonder how much effect the rain will have on conditions, and whether Durham maybe feel that there might have been something in the air for them just to get a little bit of movement with their paces early on, but it doesn't look to be doing too much so far.
Fair to say that it's a pretty broken cloud picture at the moment, isn't it? We've got lots of blue sky over the pavilion and over most of the ground. The sort of banks of darker cloud are now away over the Graham Gooch and beyond the houses there. And here's Elgar with a elegant little stroke just back of the square on the offside, out towards backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, pleasing that the rain's not there. I mean, yesterday it was varying brightness through the day, Nick. I was taking my sunglasses off, put my normal glasses on all the way through the afternoon. It was hard to keep up with the brightness levels, but it feels
and normally at this time of year here, the sun shines quite strongly into the box actually during the afternoon.
Yeah, it does get quite warm in the Essex commentary box, doesn't it?
Here's Potts again at 327 for 3 bowls, and a nice stroke by Elgar, but well stopped actually at mid-wicket, because that was well timed. And a yard either side of the fielder, that was timed well enough to be 4. 327 for 3. This very big partnership continues. What's worth, what now? I think it's 169, I think, at the last count.
It's very good mental maths there from you, very impressive.
I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, here's a ball that lifts a little bit in contrast to one that might have kept a bit lower in the over, and Elgar's reaching for it, trying to play the uppercut, but doesn't make any contact. So the end of Potts over. 327 for 3, and after 2 slightly expensive overs, that was a good one from the England bowler, and it was a maiden. So 327 for 3 and 92 overs. Essex get to 350, they get a 3rd batting point, they get to 400, it's 4 to add to the 3 that they got for bowling earlier on.
You have to feel it'll be a relief for the Essex batters, Critchley getting his century early on, not having to wait around from it. And I wonder how Elgar's going to play out this morning. Obviously, batted for 5.5 hours yesterday.
I'll just take the start of it, so because I've got an update to do, and hand back to you after that, Roshan. It's going to be rain with a slip, and 6 saving 1, 4 on the offside. And that's a nice looking drive past the bowler, up to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, we had a 20-minute delay for rain, and the forecast is showery for much of a day, but we are underway, and Essex have made a bright start, 327 for 3. They're just 6 behind Durham now, and Dean Elgar's hit a splendid 4. He's gone to 145, and Matt Critchley has reached his 3rd century at the season. He's on 107. These two have so far put on 169 for the 4th wicket. Essex looking to get quick runs to get as many batting points as they can inside the 110 overs and put themselves out of Durham's reach and safe from defeat in this match. 327 for 3. I think a couple of runs there. But,
yeah, it was a wonderful sliding stop at the boundary, just in front of the Graham Gooch end. So yeah, a couple of runs there.
Yeah. So 2 to the total, and 331 for 3. And I'll hand back to you, Roshan.
Yeah, it's a Ben Rain over bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end here at Chelmsford. Essex 31 for 3 now, just 2 runs behind Durham's first innings total. Here comes the next ball, it's full and defended. Be another dot. Critchley now moves to 111. They're scoring quickly, Essex. They're looking to try and get as many batting bonus points. Rain is likely to interrupt this game.
So that one that's just at the end of the report there, that actually was a 4, wasn't it?
Was it called a 4?
Yeah, it was a 4. It wasn't stopped. It's a nice stroke from Critchley, but it looked like it might have been stopped, but no, it's 4 runs rather than 2. So Critchley's down 111. It's 331 for 3, just 2 behind.
It was a valiant attempt at the far side.
Unsuccessful,
very unsuccessful, but valiant. Here comes Rain once again. Critchley faces up, and this one is redirected beautifully. It's going to be another 4 down at 3rd man. Just glanced his bat effortlessly, feet planted, not very much movement, and Elgar and Critchley meet in the middle to do a classic. We've just scored a boundary fist pump. Has become so common in cricket now, and Essex now have the lead. They're on 335 for 3, 2 runs ahead of Durham's 333 in the first innings. And so if there was any doubt that Essex were in the driving seat in this game so far, the scoreboard now tells that story.
I think this game has more or less gone according to plan, probably apart from the first session and a half maybe, because they bowled Durham out for what is, you know, just as like a working total, not much more than that on this pitch, and now they're taking advantage.
Here comes Rain in. And this one is played into the leg side. There's a fielder out in the deep who should get to this in time, but they will run a couple more. And I'll take the score to 3-7 for 3.
Yeah, and at the moment, Essex proceeding very comfortably indeed. These two not looking in a lot of difficulty. In
the 93rd over of their innings, and so
they're certainly on course for that 400, aren't they?
On course for that 400, yeah. Just under 20 overs to try and get as many bonus points as Rain bowls. This one short and pulled, and there are fielders out of the deep, but they will draw across for a single, and that'll move the score to 338. Yeah, it's all about bonus points. If you're not going to get a result, and I guess a win probably more urgent for Durham than it is Essex. Essex have played very well to get capitalise. You know, they finished Durham's innings with 3 bonus points to Durham's 2, and looking like they're on their way to a 6th one in the game with this batting inning. So yeah, it's going as far as according to plan can do in a game where you think it's going to be rain affected.
Well, from Durham's point of view, they will know that there's going to be a loser almost certainly in that Hampshire Sussex match, which is very well advanced, and into day 3. So if they can get a draw in this game, they'll have that particular team certainly more or less with them for company in the table, and then they've got Worcestershire at home in the next match, with perhaps Mark Wood in the equation for selection. So I think the strategy for Durham now, particularly with rain around today, I think their only chance this morning of winning the game was to take quick wickets, which they haven't done. Yeah. So they're now behind in the game. I think almost the longer they keep Essex out there would not be the worst thing, and I think the strategy for Durham would take 8 points for a draw away from this game and then beat Worcestershire, and then see where they are after that, going into the last round of games. Here is Potts up to the wicket bowls, and that's just played away into the offside by Critchley. 118 for him, 145 for Elgar. Critchley's monopolised the scoring just recently, 338 for 3, 180 unbroken for the 4th wicket.
It's been a wonderful, wonderful partnership to win us.
He has 2 centuries against Durham and 6 50s. Right, that's a very interesting stat from Martin. Be with us in a short while. Potts in his 21st over, none for 56. Bit more cloud coming across the ground, and Critchley just pushes up into the offside, and there's no run here. So Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us, and certainly good news from an Essex point of view so far today, with no wickets down, taking it from 312 to 338 for 3. So the partnership up to 180, and very much looking at I think 400 and 110 overs is now a reasonable objective. We're in the situation was Critchley drives that one away for a single out towards deep cover. What we're in the 94th over, so there's still a reasonable amount of time to get those runs. And as I say, we're still not quite sure exactly what's going to happen in terms of relegation at the end of this season, if anything. But the ideal situation is not to be in one of those bottom 2 places, so you have to worry about it.
Indeed. I've been told by Martin that 219 would be a new 4th wicket record.
Beating Habib and Warren 218. I think that was at Chester Street.
Yeah.
On 180 at the moment.
Yeah, so they're not that far away from it. This is played away into just in front of square in the offside, out to a sweeper in front of the cover boundary for a single. 340 for 3, the most famous partnership for Essex against Durham was one I actually was fortunate enough to see in 2010. That was for the 5th wicket.
Jimmy Foster.
Jake Mickleborough and James Foster, 339.
I was there.
Yeah, we were both there. Yeah, that was memorable because it was Essex's high point in their season in Division 1 at the time. It started off pretty well and things went downhill a little bit when they had a solitary season in the top flight. This is driven away and slight misfield at cover, rolls up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it was different game then. Sussex were the dominant side in the country, the era of Mushy and Murray Goodwin and others. And Essex had just got up for a season in Division 1. And it started off okay, but things went
pear-shaped.
Yeah, it became a bit of a strain. Whereas the next time, when they went up under Chris Silverwood, then they adapted very quickly to the extent of actually winning the whole thing in 2017. This is driven nicely down the ground. It's going to be stopped at mid-off. That's a good piece of work, actually. I think it's Lee's out there because that was travelling, kept them down to a single. Had to really get across to that quickly. And there's a good stroke from Critchley. It's gone to 120, 341 for 3. And that's the end of the over with Elgar still on, Elgar on 146, Critchley 120, 183 so far for the 4th wicket, 341 for 3, lead of 8.
So the partnership now moves to 183 runs.
Interestingly, this is the only game that's currently in play in Division 1.
Is that right?
Yeah,
so it rains everywhere else.
Surrey have lost a wicket, but it's now raining. So Ollie Pope has gone for 78 in that one. 19 for 2 at 217 ahead. Nothing at Taunton, where they've had a few problems with rain in the game, and nothing at Hove, which is a very well advanced game. They are playing at New Road. So 119 for 5 Worcestershire. They haven't lost a wicket this morning, but they're still only 94 ahead.
Here comes rain, new over, bowls into Critchley, and this one's pushed into the offside through the covers. The fielder in the deep will collect this as they run across for a single. So rain affected day 3 of this round of county championship matches. Had a little bit of rain earlier this morning. Play was delayed by 20 minutes, but they are on the pitch now. They are playing with rain looming potentially this afternoon. If you believe the weather apps, there's meant to be thunderstorms over Chelmsford as we speak. However, they seem to have not turned up. Thankfully, the players and a small crowd have, so we've been able to get some cricket out today, which is good news for everyone. I've also managed to witness Matt Critchley reaching his century, so Essex now looking to push on and accelerate towards, well, 350 well within sight, and maybe even 400 before the 110th over, just to maximise those bonus points. If this game is to go to a draw, then bonus points are going to make all the difference in that very tight Division 1 table. Slight delay with the next ball, but Ben Rain is now coming in. It is going to be Elgar to face, and this one's defended and blocked by Dean Elgar, who's had a relatively quiet morning so far, sort of anchoring the innings whilst his colleague
Commentary's coming out okay. We're getting
racing away.
Saying it's coming through double with a slight delay. I'm not sure what that means, but
and Essex now moved to 342 for 3.
Lovely, thank you.
As Ben Rain starts his run up from the Sir Alistair Cook end here at Chelmsford, and this is pushed leg side by Elgar. There's a fielder with a throw coming in very quickly. It will miss the stumps, and the players will be back safely. Well, if there was any chance of Elgar and Critchley starting to relax in their batting, that will wake them up.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. No problem. Bye.
It's a fielder in the inside circle, very quick onto it, and a very quick and fast arm coming in there, but in the end both batters in very safely. With that, Essex will move to 343 for 3, so Ben Rain just having a little chat with the Captain Lees at the top of his run up. I just wonder whether there's a little bit of moisture on the ball, because they're giving it a good rub on the sleeves. So it was rain early this morning, so the grass likely to be a touch damp. I wonder if any that will have on the fielding side as rain comes in to Critchley, and this one's pushed out to mid-wicket.
Two Brians have been in touch
on
Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Brian Springle saying that he's having an issue with the commentary. We think it's okay, Brian. We've just checked everything's okay at the studio's end, but thanks for getting in touch. And Brian in Harlow saying the weather's not too bad there. It's not as bad as expected. Let's hope it's going to remain okay here at Chelmsford. So it is going to be showers, I think, but I can tell you the blue sky is gone. The blue sky is gone a little bit over the apartments, but there is a threat perhaps of another shower on the way. But thanks very much for that.
I'm going to respond to Brian in Harlow in a moment after this next ball from Rain into Critchley. This is pushed to the fielder out to mid-on. There's no run. Yes, I drove in from that sort of direction, from sort of Bishop Stortford, Harlow area down the A roads, and you sort of progressively went from quite sunny weather into sort of darker clouds, and so.
Well, there's clearly a lot of rain around, isn't there?
Yeah,
I mean, we've got
a lot of movement.
nothing at all in Division 2 at the moment, and just Worcester, apart from here in Division 1.
Essex 343 for 3 as rain comes in to Critchley once again. This is pushed beautifully for no run. Every shot he makes is just so elegant, and that is the end of the over. 343 for 3.
Yeah, so that's a Mark Warren Aftab Habib partnership is under a bit of threat. That was the time Essex had a very strong middle order in the early noughties, and that partnership, which was around about 2002, something like that, is one that's under threat, which 218 that pair put on. So we shall wait and see if we get a record from these two. We had a record in the Essex-Sussex match, if I remember rightly, 2002, Warren Habib at Chester Street for the 4th wicket, as that's played defensively by Dean Elgar. Looking pretty immovable out there, plays it up towards mid-off, and there's Ben Rain, and there's no run. And yeah, I mean, yeah, that was a pretty decent middle order Essex had there for a while in the early days of the 2 divisions. Is Pops again, goes round the wicket, bowls, and he takes one hand off the bat here, Elgar. It's going down for at least 2, down towards deep backward point. They come back for the second run. Certainly rain is threatening. The wind has got up, and there's a lot of dark cloud around, and it wouldn't be surprising if we do get another shower fairly soon. Might just check the radar in a moment. Yes, that Essex side, 2000, and it was a Division 2 game, which Essex won by 10 wickets. And they came together at 301, 83 rather, and took the score up to 301. So Essex were 83 for 3, and they took it up to 301 for 4. So that partnership could be under threat here. This is a play and a miss here. That's a good one from Potts. Maybe with the cloud cover now having built up, there might be a little bit more overhead-wise for him. And that one, probably the first ball to really beat the bat outside the off stump this morning. 345 for 3.
Yeah, clouds looming over Chelmsford. It's the rain threat, which is not going to go away today, unfortunately. But the fact we've got out there and the players are out there, it's going to be seen as a massive, massive bonus. I wonder whether Essex will be the happier of the two teams to actually get out there and get some play in.
Yeah, I mean Durham now. It's all about trying to get a draw from this game. Potts bowls, and that's a nice looking drive, partially stopped at mid wicket, and they get through for a single. In fact, it's almost sort of in a sort of no man's land between two fielders, and there was a possibility of a second run, but not to be there. So Elgar's 150, and having waited a while to make his first big score of the season, he's making it a very big score, 150 not out, and he's played very well indeed, anchoring this innings, reminiscent of some of the knocks he played in his first season for Essex.
Yeah, it's been a very patient innings from Dean Elgar. He's batted for the best part of 6 hours basically now.
Yeah.
And actually this morning, whilst we were all distracted by Matt Critchley, sort of motored along nicely, didn't he? Got his runs, and what an innings. That holiday has served him well, hasn't it?
6 and 17 fours, and a pull shot here from Critchley, sending that one down towards the long leg for a single. 121 for him, 346 for 3. So Elgar 281 balls for the 150. Critchley going on a bit quicker than that. He's on 122 from 165. There's Potts again, bowls. Oh, that's another good delivery, which Elgar is just pushing forward to, and again beats him outside the off stump. So there's certainly a little bit in there for Potts at the moment, just causing a few problems for the batter who's on 150 not out. So certainly had more problems in that over than at any stage hitherto. So 347 for 3. This tremendous partnership continues. It's worth now 189, and Elgar 150 and Critchley 122.
It's going to be Ben Rain continuing from the Alistair Stewart end. No, that's not the right. It's Alistair Cook.
Yeah.
I keep saying that. I do so much stuff at Surrey.
It's Alex Stewart.
Alex Stewart, yeah. I keep mixing up the names. Here comes. I think Alistair Stewart was a newsreader. Do you know what? I waited till day 3 to get my first blunder as the first ball's blocked out to the covers for no run.
That really would be Surrey taking over everything, wouldn't it? That was the case.
Oh dear.
But credit to Alex Stewart. He's still got it in him as a coach. He helped those youngsters out in the 50 over competition. They were absolutely destroyed in consecutive games by Hampshire and Essex, and they actually then won a couple of games, which was good. And he was part of the. I think he was very much sort of a lead coach for that 50 over side. So he's still got it in him as a coach, no doubt about that.
So Essex 347 for 3. It's Ben Rain bowling to Matt Critchley. And he comes, it's a good length ball, and it's just deflected to the fielder at point for no run. So
this is an interesting field now. We've got a point, we've got a short and straight extra cover, and also a fielder probably about sort of 7 or 8 yards away. That's a sort of a slightly deeper, but still quite straight cover position. So an short cover, and a conventional mid-off.
yeah, Durham turning the screw with slightly more aggressive field positions as rain comes in once again. Slightly full of ball this time into Critchley, who just deflects this. Goes straight through to the wicket keeper.
Well, there is more movement around, isn't there?
Yeah, certainly is. And
with this overhead, the overheads.
Yeah, we expected there to be, given the conditions this morning, the rain, any moisture that's sort of left in the air, and obviously the clouds sort of now appearing over Essex and Chelmsford. So Durham will hope to extract something from it, and they've reacted quite well in terms of getting their field positions reset. Here comes rain then. The bowler, not the weather, and Critchley will dance down the wicket and push this to mid-on. And for no run, that'll be another dot ball. 347 for 3. Elgar on 150. Elgar, who I understand spent most of the county championship break in South Africa on holiday with his family. Sometimes annual leave can be all you need. Nets, training.
Yeah, he's had a disrupted season because he had a delayed return to Essex, and I think probably because of the fact it's been a stop-start, he's never quite sort of found his best fluency, but this has been much more like it.
This has been much more like it. So here comes rain once again, and this time it's blocked out and defended. There'll be another dot ball, and Essex remain 347 for 3. Slowly extending that lead over Durham, and 3 more runs off another bonus point, which will bode them well if this game does end a draw, if the weather does interrupt as we expect it to do later on today. Matt Critchley is now 122 for his 160 balls, and Elgar with him on 150. Some partnership this has become. Here comes Ben Rain once again. A fuller ball, this is driven through the covers. That's a beautiful shot. There is a field out in the deep, so it won't make the boundary, but they will jog across for a single, and that completes the over. Essex 348 for 3.
Martin's going to be joining us in a short while. Let me just give you the table as it stands. This is the only game actually that is still in the first innings in Division 1. So basically the table with bonus points updated. Surrey 178, Notts 169, Somerset 152, Warwickshire 151, Hants 132, and Sussex on 130. One of those sides is going to lose probably today and stay there. One will get 16 points for a win. Now Essex have gone above, they've gone in between those two sides. They're on 131 at the moment, and they're 2 runs away from being on 132 because they'll get another batting point in a moment. So they're about to join Hampshire on 132, Sussex on 130, Yorkshire 127, Durham 117, and Worcestershire 92. Worcestershire can't be relegated in this round, but they could well be relegated if things go according to plan for Durham next week. This is a nice looking drive by Critchley. It beats the dive of, actually the mid-on would have got a hand to it, but not entirely stopped it, and they get through for a single as Potts continues from the Graham Gooch end. So it's 349 for 3. So Essex got their 3 bowling points, and they're about to get their 3rd batting point to go along to 132, and they'll be looking to get a 4th one as well, and then obviously the minimum 8 for a draw, and still have, if the weather allows, a chance of pushing for 16 for a win. Here's Potts again with a slip in, 5 saving 1, including a short mid wicket. That's a nice piece of bowling. He's caught behind, and Potts certainly deserved that, because with the added cloud cover in the last couple of overs, he's been causing Elgar more problems than at any time, certainly this morning, and possibly for much of yesterday as well. And just been getting the ball to move away outside the off stump. There were a couple of occasions where Elgar was close to edging it, but that time he did. So we don't have to worry about breaking that 218 partnership, because the partnership ends at this point with Elgar out for 150, caught behind off Potts, and 349 for 4 means the partnership in the end was worth 191. And who knows, Durham, they'll be looking at, of course, 2 more wickets to get a bonus point themselves, which is now a little bit more likely after that success. But tremendous partnership and a tremendous innings from Dean Elgar, who's just making his way off now. It's not the biggest of crowds here because of the uncertainty of the weather. Quite relatively small numbers compared to what we often see, but those that have been here would have enjoyed Elgar both today and yesterday. Good morning to Martin.
Morning. Well, Durham needed that, didn't they? How many overs left for bonus points then?
Just 12 and a bit, 12 and a half, yeah.
12.4. Essex are now 1 run away from increasing their lead over Durham to 15 points.
Yeah. I think obviously Essex now moving into a position in the game where they should be immune from defeat, particularly with the weather as the way it is. But do think Durham now looking to take advantage of the indifferent weather. Obviously it's going to be important they bat well when the time comes, but if they can get 8 points for a draw from this, Martin, and win next week, then they're right in the equation. Of course we still don't know whether there will be any relegation, but I think from Durham's point of view it's all about coming away from here with a draw if they can. Pepper on strike to Potts, and just moves across his crease and plays up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So it's a fine innings from Dean Elgar, and yeah, he's been short of the big scores this season, but it was worth the wait, and very fine innings from him. And it's put Essex here in a strong position. He's been there since the start, all the way up to 349. He's replaced by Michael Pepper, who's had a pretty decent season himself, but gets a good ball up there from Potts, which he's trying to just force away off the back foot through the offside, and he could easily have got an edge to that one. Probably a little bit early to be too ambitious, because Potts is getting a little bit of movement up there. But in contrast to some recent seasons, Essex with, well, Elgar as near as it makes no difference, averaging 40, Pepper 43.5, Wesley 44, Critchley 44 and adding to it, Walter 46, almost 47, and Cox 59. So they've got certainly more players around the 40 and over mark in terms of average than in some recent seasons. Slip and a gully. Is that gully going to go to second slip? Yes. So 349 for 4. And Pepper back from the 100. Is playing that one, the defensive push away into the onside, runs up towards mid-wicket, he moves across and prevents the single. Yeah, it looks like we could have another shower on the way, Martin, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit grim over there, isn't it?
And that certainly is the forecast for first couple of sessions.
Yeah, the radar suggests a passing showers, and then at 4 o'clock
yeah,
it looks like
not much at all.
The biblical end of the world.
Yeah, not much at all. But we shall see if that's how it transpires. But certainly still plenty of rain there on the radar that we can see as Potts bowls. And Pepper plays defensively into the onside, but we know there's a lot of rain around because, of course, there's been no play at most of the other venues. This morning we mentioned there's been play at Worcester. I don't know if it might have got on at Taunton, I'm not sure, but there's been very, very little else. And at the moment, we're certainly having the best of it here at Chelmsford. But certainly looking at the radar, it would not be a surprise. There seems to be another shower coming up from London area going southwest to northeast, so wouldn't be surprised if that reaches us. 349 for 4, Pepper no score, and Critchley 124.
My friend Paul Anthony Chubb, who's a Durham member, is also a Somerset member, and he's at Taunton today and was surprised to see Somerset batting on in the conditions, having lost as much time as they have to the weather this week, as rain starts anew over here. And that is the 350. That is another batting point, and that means Essex now increase their lead in this relegation battle over Durham to 15 points.
And it could go to 16, I guess, depending on Critchley. We feel with Critchley and Pepper at the crease that Essex, you know, if these two get to the 400 mark together, they're going to get the extra point, aren't they? Because they've got wickets in the shed. And of course the risk, as we mentioned earlier, that any risk there is reduced by the fact that we're likely to lose time to the weather.
Rain coming in now to bowl to Pepper, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 4 balls, he's now faced 5 and he's still on none. Plays that up to Potts at mid-off.
Played a very promising innings which didn't actually deliver in subsequent red ball matches. Remember that I think he got 92 against a very high quality Durham attack a few years ago. We would have seen Martin. I think it might have been the 2021 season, but he didn't deliver really in red ball cricket after that for quite a long time, and only really developed as a red ball player last year.
Rain in, that's defended. Plays it back to him. So what have you got? 98.3 overs gone, so we've got 1.5. So 11.5 overs.
Yeah, so I thought they had played at, you're backing up the fact they have played this morning at Taunton, but it's raining at the moment. 4:41 for 6. Yeah, 4:41 for 6. You would have thought that it's in Somerset's interest to invite Yorkshire to have a bat when play next occurs.
Oh, rain balls to Pepper, who goes back in near his crease and just has a very casual waft at that one. It's gone through to the keeper. I think I've been looking at. I've thought for a while Durham were in trouble, and I said that they were heading for a relegation scrap in mid-July when they were losing at Somerset. And Anthony Gibson, the Somerset commentator, said that they're too good to go down. And I said, well, they haven't won since May, and look at the league table. And they lost that one, and then they lost the following week to Surrey. But the other team who I think you've got to keep an eye on, Sussex, are gradually drifting right down the table and right into the middle of the mess as well. There's rain balls this one to Pepper.
Yeah, they've had a couple of innings defeats, and I think they were shocked at what happened when they played Essex. Game I saw, it was a Kookaburra round, I think it was in late July.
Did you manage to stay away?
Essex got a lead of about 300, yeah. And I think they won by an inning. They won by an innings. I think they lost their next game by an innings as well. So they have suddenly gone downhill, but they're not on yet at home. So much is going to depend on whether they can get these runs against Hampshire, and of course if they don't, then Hampshire in a bit of bother. But
they're chasing Sussex?
They've got to get another 241 with 9 wickets left, but you feel if conditions are like this with Barker and Abbott around, it's going to be quite tough for them, and it's a pitch that's offered plenty to the bowlers throughout.
Rain balls to Pepper again. Pepper defends. The ball rolls back up towards the umpire. End of the over. 1 run from it. 350 for 4. So the lead's 17 at the moment. When did they actually get the lead? Did you write down what over the?
Oh no, no. So
I never even noticed. That must have been.
No,
must have been somewhere else.
But it's ironic your conversation with our Somerset colleague Anthony Gibson, because I was with him when Somerset hit their low point of the season, which was in May, when it looked like Essex were going to win. After the first 2 days of the game, Essex had got into a position from which they surely couldn't lose, and I was having to tell Anthony that they were too good to get into relegation trouble.
Well,
then they won that game, won the next 3 championship games, had their brilliant run in the Blast, and they've actually done fairly well in the 50 overs, which has been a bit of a change for them. But Matt Henry's was about to sign at the time, and that, given the fact they already had a very decent seam attack and so many all-rounders in that side, they were never going to get into trouble.
He's got a cracking record against Durham.
Yeah, Potts is coming in to bowl, and Critchley covers up and plays defensively into the offside. There's no doubt that it's got more difficult for the batters since this cloud cover has built up, and I think Durham will be hoping that they've got clearer skies when it's their turn to bat in the next innings.
I thought the bowling looked particularly blunt yesterday, but it was a sunny day. It was very similar to last year, the final day last year, when Durham only got the 1 wicket, and that was Elgar who batted all day on that occasion.
We will say that
they're not happy with the ball here.
Yeah, Essex have got a little bit becalmed with that wicket going down. Remember the 100th over, if they get to 400 inside 110, then they'll get another batting point. They'll still have eyes on that, but it's just become a little bit less likely in the last couple of overs.
James Middlebrook and Ian Blackwell putting the ball through the ring. It seems to be passing through, I think. Where's my binoculars gone? Are they going to change it? Yeah, it's not passing through. It went through in one direction, and then when they turned the ball around and tried to put it through again, it sat there on the ring. So the ball will be changed. It is 19 overs old.
Yes,
there was a ball changed on day 1, which lasted 1 delivery.
Wasn't it amazing in that Oval Test match where the ball seemed to be absolutely fine throughout after all those changes of balls in the Test series and the preceding games? Yes, hopefully, although that India-England Test series was memorable, that part of it wasn't, and hopefully something can be done about challenges for the ball. It's less frequent, of course, in Championship cricket, and I'm sure it's absolutely genuine. And the issue, obviously, with it not passing through, meaning it will need to be replaced. They're going to have a selection of an alternative.
Got a new ball the other day, and it got hit for 6 first delivery, and then they had to change it.
Yes,
might have been yesterday.
So 3:50 for 4, if you've just joined us on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Newcastle, online via the BBC Sport website and app, via your smart speaker. And Essex resumed at 3:12, had lost Dean Elgar for 150 from with a 6 and 17 falls from 283 balls. And he was caught behind by Robinson off Potts. And actually not many runs have been scored since then. Essex got a little bit becalmed. They have got their 3rd batting point and their 6th bonus point in the game. 3:50 for 4. Wind is certainly got up in the last half hour.
Yeah, it's very breezy. The ball was day 1, and the new ball was given to Essex, and Porter bowled, and Graham Clark hit him for 6 into the Mulsham stand over there, and then they had to replace it. So
yeah,
it lasted one delivery, I think.
Yeah, that's not a very economical use of cricket balls there.
Paul Wilson's been on the email. If you want to email, we're cricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a fairly overcast but mild Costa del Hartlepool. Durham need quick wickets to get as many bonus points as possible, as they're in great danger of relegation. I should be with you for the duration. And he sent his list of cricket and cycling events on this day in history.
Here's Potts, his bowled unchanged. That's driven by Critchley for probably 4. Yes, I thought it might be 2, but I thought it might be stopped at deep cover, but no, that was so well timed. And a beautiful shot from Critchley. Moves along with that. It's his 17th 4. He moves along to 129 with it from 165 balls. Very nicely timed. I thought it might be cut off, but no, it was so well timed. Sped across the outfield and couldn't be cut off. Deep cover. Running around. It's Connors who didn't quite get to it.
On this day in 2001, Zimbabwe's Andy Flower became the first wicketkeeper to score centuries in both innings of a Test match.
So this is a nice delivery from Potts, who's certainly getting more movement with the overhead conditions. And that's one that Critchley was just playing at, but kept it away from his outside edge. And it's almost a case for maybe a second slip at the moment with the way the ball is moving around. But of course Durham behind in the game now by virtue of Essex having passed them. They made 333, Essex 354 for 4.
The lead is 21, and of course there's still 6 wickets to play with as well.
Here's Potts bowls, and Critchley just comes forward and plays up to shortish cover, and there's no run.
Andy Flower got his centuries in both innings of the Test match against South Africa in Harare in Zimbabwe on this day in 2001.
Yeah.
I would have thought somebody would have done it before then.
Well, that was when Zimbabwe cricket was at its peak, at the turn of the century, and a really decent side. And that's a nice delivery. Appeal for WW and out. Yes, and another wicket for Potts. The only doubt there I had in my mind was whether there was 2 noises, but that was a nice piece of bowling, and Potts, to say, has been just getting the ball to shape away. Interestingly there, that one bounced down to McKinney, who's just wringing his hands because I think it bounced awkwardly for him as it came off the pad down towards second slip. An interesting dismissal, that, just looking at the replay. The only question I had was, as he was sort of more or less behind, in line there, and it certainly didn't hit outside the line. Given out and then it sort of bounced down towards second slip, and it just bounced rather slightly awkwardly for McKinney there. But yeah, no bat involved. That was the key thing from the umpire's point of view. And so as often happens with big partnerships, both the protagonists go in quick succession, and now perhaps it's a little bit less likely that Essex will get another batting point, and maybe more likely that Durham will get one themselves. 354 for 5.
How many overs have we had? 99.5, is it? The ball was changed to 98.1. There's always a wicket when there's a ball change, isn't it?
Well, it certainly helped Durham because it's evened up the morning session now. They've got the two involved in the big partnership. Took it up from 158 to 349, so the partnership of 191. Both have gone in relatively quick succession without too many runs being scored. Elgar 150, and then Critchley has gone for 129. LBW to Potts from 168 balls with a 6 and 17 fours. But yeah, interesting on that. Just thought, was there a possibility of two noises? But no, he was across the crease, and it's sort of come off the pad, gone down into the sort of slip area. But it's LBW, and 354 for 5. So a bit of a boost there for Durham.
Well, yesterday I was looking at the scoreboard and thinking the way things were, Durham wouldn't get anywhere near another bowling point. But now they need one more wicket to get one. And both the protagonists who caused them so many problems yesterday and made the bowling attack look rather blunt have gone. So the new man is Noah Thane.
Yeah, one thing you would say, if Durham can get another couple of wickets quickly, then it sort of throws a slightly different dimension into the game. 2 slips in now, which I think is right for Potts. I think that probably because of a new batter's come in, but there's enough movement there for him to justify that, and the first ball is played defensively by Thane back down the pitch, and there's no run. So Pepper and Thane, 2 new batters without a run to their name. Pepper's faced 9 balls so far, Thane just that one. 354 for 5, a couple of quick wickets for Durham. A lead just 21, and say, Martin, if they could get another couple of quick wickets, it just changes the dynamics of the game a little bit. .354 for 5.
Bowling at the Sir Mr. Cook end, Sam Connors.
Sam Connors coming in, must say Potts deserving his success there. 2 for 68 in 24.
And there are 10 overs left to try and get another wicket and another bowling point, or 10 overs to get 4 wickets and 2 bowling points.
Yes, and that would be success for Durham in the context of the game so far.
Connors replaces Rain. That's wide of, well wide of off stump. In fact, Pepper's looking at the umpire, James Middlebrooke, was saying, "You're not going to put your arms up there, mate." Would have been a wide in a one-dayer. Connors bowling from our end of the ground, which is the Sir Alistair Cook end or the River end. Take your choice. At the far end of the ground, it's the Hayes close end or the Grain Gooch end.
Yeah, it's always worth just reiterating what the ends used to be called.
Connors comes in again, right arm over, and that's a wideish delivery as well. It's gone through to the keeper. There isn't any sky on show now because it's all cloud cover. Grey cloud. Nothing looks like it's particularly menacing at the minute though. It's passing us by.
Yep. Hit and miss showers.
Connors comes in and bowls. That is defended. You were mentioning the you were talking about the highest partnership for any wicket between Essex and Durham, weren't you? It was James Foster and
Jake Mickleborough, yeah.
Mickleborough, 2010.
Yeah. Essex returned to Division 1 and you were the champions.
Yeah. And Durham didn't get off to a particularly good start that year, and they were saved in that game by the rain. And I have memories on the final day as Connors comes in and bowls. Dot ball. For whatever reason, I wasn't there for all 4 days, but I remember their partnership. And I've got memories, bizarrely, of me being in IKEA of all places and looking at the scorecard online to see that the match had ended in a draw because of rain. I don't know why.
I think I did the first 2 days.
Yeah.
I think Alistair Cook got runs early on in the game and sort of lay a platform. But we'll look it up at some point because it was a memorable game. And it was really the high point of Essex's one season back in Division 1.
Yeah. In comes the bowler, and that's driven out through the covers for 4. So that is eventually Pepper off the mark on the 14th ball. 358 for 5 now, the lead 25.
Yeah, there is a possibility of a shower next hour looking at the radar, but it does appear to be sort of breaking up a little bit on the radar, so it might be that it will stay dry. Might even have a bit of brightness as well in the next hour, which would be nice.
Yeah, 339 they put on.
Yeah.
Match drawn. It was April in 2010.
They could get some runs at the start if you've got the scorecard there.
Billy Godleman was playing. He got a duck. In comes Connors. That's defended. Billy Godleman, there's a thing. Well, one of Matt Critchley's 2 centuries against Durham was at Chesterfield for Derbyshire in 2017, and in that game, Billy Godleman edged the ball to the gully, and from where we were commentating, looked like it was a fairly straightforward catch taken low by Graham Clark. And he refused to walk, and he said he wasn't convinced the ball had carried cleanly. The umpires had a debate and it gave him the benefit of the doubt. And then I think he got up into the 90s and he was eventually bowled. And off he came. But
Played for Derbyshire as well, didn't he, Billy Gold?
yeah, he was playing for Derbyshire.
Yeah,
in this
that's
game,
right, yeah.
And
Essex, yeah.
I recalled this story. Well, actually, I was commentating on that game with Dave Fletcher, and Godleman got a bit of stick off some Durham supporters.
Potts continues. That's played defensively by Thane off the back foot up into the covers, and there's no run.
And Dave Fletcher just came out with the immortal line, Billy doesn't care. Billy doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything. So Alistair Cook, in that it was the first innings Essex. Mickleborough got 174, Foster 169. Cook made 44 in the first innings.
Later platform.
And then in the second, Durham followed on by the looks of things. Yeah. He only batted the once.
Potts bowls, driven up to cover, and there's no run by Thane. Yeah, he played for Middlesex and Essex as well as Derbyshire, Billy Godleman, and very much sort of London product, born in Camden and educated in Islington, and joined Essex 2009. Yeah, so was around the county circuit, probably best known for Derbyshire.
Just looking through the team Chris Wright was playing for you.
Yes, 358 for 5. Hicks has got stuck here after the conditions have changed. That's just played out into the offside. There's no run as it goes out towards fairly deepish cover. Got a mid-off, then I would say probably a cover, a sort of a point, a cover, and a short third, quite wide, and then 2 slips, and on the onside a mid-on and a mid-wicket, and there's a fine leg on the boundary. So 4 saving 1 on the offside, 2 slips and 2 on the leg side doing the same. Essex were cantering along with that 4th wicket stand, but they've stalled since it was broken, as Sane gets a delivery again from Potts. He just plays defensively from his crease up into the offside. So certainly there has been a bit of a momentum shift here, and the lead is still only 25. So there is another possible twist to this game if Durham can take advantage of these conditions. Potts, of course, has had a long unbroken spell, but certainly he's thoroughly deserved the 2 wickets that he's got this morning.
Well, Neil Killeen, who's now an England bowling coach, is watching this one. He's in the little office along the way there.
Yes, that's just played slightly awkwardly by Thane up to the onside.
So you'll get a good look at the next generation of Killeens when Mitchell moves down here for next season. I feel very old because I can remember Mitchell being born.
Yes, and yes, we're still got to wait and see exactly how next season is going to look. Of course, we know the counties are going to have a vote on this proposal to have a split top division of 12 with 2 in each group of 6, and then 3 extra games at the end of the season. It's played up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Now Thane just averaging 22, top score of 54. This is his 11th match, so it'll be a nice time for him to make a decent score here. Maiden from Potts, who really has bowled well, 2 for 68 in 25. And yep, it certainly has evened up a little bit in this last half hour or so. 358 for 5 will bring Roshan in back in at the end of the next over. But yes, Martin, we're still waiting to get this this verdict. It's so frustrating that no one knows for sure.
The thing I read the other day on the BBC website was that they'd reached an impasse and there wasn't any way forward on the restructuring of the county championship. So it wouldn't be happening next year.
No.
That was the thing.
I
on
think
the BBC cricket page.
the idea they've come up with will work in 2027 because there's a late 100. So in other words, there is a gap, a decent gap between the main championship season and the last 3 games in September, where if you're home and away, you can work out where you are and prepare pitches.
Connors starts anew over here. That's worth a shout. That's it. He's out. LBW. Pepper looks round rather surprised to be given out, but that looked plumb, even though we're down at long on. Wasn't much movement of the feet. Connors has got him, and Durham have got a bowling point, so they've reduced the gap back to 14 now.
Fascinating, isn't it? We saw the cloud cover building up. There didn't appear to be a lot happening for the Durham bowlers when we had quite a lot of blue sky over the ground. But there's no doubt that since that cloud cover has rolled in, it has made a difference. First of all, we saw Potts beating the bat of Elgar, which wasn't happening beforehand. Then he got Elgar out, got Critchley out, and now Connors has come on and he's struck with that wicket of Michael Pepper. So yeah, Pepper not getting going at all. Simon Harmer has been in terrific batting form, so that's a bonus for Essex. But what a change this has been.
They've lost 3 for 9.
Yeah, they've lost 3 for 9. Michael, on our emails, what do we think about Wesley declaring at 110 overs with a cloudy day and a chance of Essex bowling out Durham today being the only realistic chance of a result? Well, I think that's a really good call, Michael, given the overhead conditions as they are. Certainly, Essex will certainly want to be bowling at Durham today if conditions are as they are. And it is an interesting call, but the way the pitch is playing at the moment, it just seems to be transformed by these overheads, and Essex certainly wouldn't mind having a bowl with a lead of 100. It might be that the innings now takes its natural course and they're bowled out anyway, but I think that's a very good call because of the way the pitch is now playing. Simply, I think really the pitch hasn't changed. It's simply the overhead conditions that have given the bowlers a little bit more to work with. But it's a very good call, Michael. Thank you for that. Yeah, so Harmer has been in terrific form. He had paternity leave for a little while, came back, and his return to the Essex 50 over side revitalised the whole team, Martin, and they won 5 games in a row and just missed out on qualification.
Connors bowls to him, and that is defended by Harmer.
Bringing Roshan back in. Yeah. But yeah, just finishing off that point about this idea of the core part of a season is 10 games. You play the other sides in your group of 6 twice, and then you have the top 3 play the top 3 from the other group, and the bottom 3 play the bottom 3 from the other group. So that you need a decent break between the main season and those last 3 games, and that will not be the case in 2026 unless they decide to play championship cricket during the 100.
Connors to Pepper, to Harmer. That's played back into the ground and back to the bowler. Jumps up and snatches that one.
And I'll bring Roshan back in with certainly a real change in how things have gone in the last half hour.
So I'll do my update at 12 and then jump back on it.
Yeah, there's a bit of darker lower cloud drifting our way from the west as Connors comes in and bowls. That's played by Harmer off towards point, no run there. Just looking through that Essex team where that big partnership with James Foster and James Mickleborough, Billy Godleman, Alistair Cook. And you got John Maunders, Pettini was playing, Ryan Tender-Sharter, Graham Napier.
Guys, sounds like another time.
Tim Phillips, David Masters and Chris Wright, who always impressed me whenever I saw him bowling. Connors in bowls, and he's played off into the cover area, no run there. Durham side, the captain was Will Smith, but I think he lost the captaincy not long after this because Durham had a bit of a mixed start to that season. So Michael Di Venuto and Kyle Coates opened the batting. Will Smith was the skipper. Daniel Benkenstein, who had been the captain a year or so before. Ian Blackwell, who's umpiring here today. Ben Stokes, wonder whatever happened to him. Phil Mustard, Liam Plunkett, Callum Thorpe, Mitchell Claydon and Mark Davies, the bowler. Connor's in, that's gone through to the keeper. So Durham had just retained their title the season before. They won it for the first time in 2008 when they won the last match of the season at Kent. The following year they went through the entire year unbeaten and won it with a couple of matches to go at home to Notts, and finished the season with a draw at Worcester, and I think Worcestershire hadn't won a match that season and they'd gone back down. And then the following year Durham had a very mixed start to the campaign, and Will Smith was out of form. He was the skipper, so he lost his position as skipper fairly early in the season, and Phil Mustard took over for a couple of years before Paul Collingwood then was given the job midway through the 2012 season. Ben Rain is returning to the attack from the Graham Gooch end of the ground. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go and do an update.
So Essex then, 358 for 6. The story of the morning so far, we saw Matt Critchley reach his century. We saw Dean Elgar reach 150, but 3 wickets fell for 9 runs as Ben Rain comes in now and bowls straight through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, story of the morning so far. Dean Elgar reaches 150. Matt Critchley reached his century, and then, yeah, 3 wickets falling for 9. I don't think Essex will be panicking too much, but if there were hopes of a big first innings lead, those may be squandered just as conditions start to turn, maybe in Durham's favour. Clouds over Chelmsford, rain expected, according to my weather app, in the next half hour. But we'll see what happens as Ben Rain comes in once again, and this is pushed into the offside. There'll be no run.
Well, the whole thought of what might happen today has changed, hasn't it? Because we were thinking probably the way the first half hour went, that, you know, Essex will get a lead of 200. It'd be a question of Durham just trying to bat out the game to avoid defeat. I mean, the only thing from Durham's point of view, the way the match has just opened up, if we get less rain than expected, the one thing Durham do not want to do is lose the game. And of course, the chances of a positive result one way or another, in a way, it's a slightly greater danger for them.
Here comes Ben Rain once again. It'll be a fainter base, and this is pushed through the covers. Oh, there's a diving stop in the covers, and they'll jog across for a single. What a fantastic bit of fielding. Didn't quite manage to hold on to it, and the fielder has stayed down. I hope he's all right. That's number 17. He's just now taking a moment to get, but he's back up on his feet. That was well stopped boundary as Ben Rain continues from the Graham Gooch end. Did what he did yesterday. First few overs from the Sir Alistair Cook end before switching ends. It seems to have worked for him yesterday as Rain comes to Harmer, who defends into the offside for no run. That'll be another dot ball. And Essex will remain 359 for 6.
Very little cricket going on elsewhere, but there has been playing. They're still playing at New Road, where Worcestershire have got Gareth Roderick on 32, but Lyndon James has taken 2 important wickets. Ethan Brooks for 26, and then Matthew Waite for a first baller. So 141 for 8, Worcestershire. They're 116 ahead. It is now just raining. 116 ahead, Worcestershire. Not, you would think, still in the box seat there.
And rain comes in this time, the player, not the weather. Again, the next one's blocked out by Harmer. So Harmer and Vane here with a reball job. Effectively 2 brand new batters in. This after Essex were racing away. They lost 3 very quick wickets in the last half hour. And what a half hour that was for Durham.
Playing in 2 Division 2 games at the moment. Kent 125 for 2. 134 ahead of Lancashire, and Leicestershire 293 for 4, 189 behind Gloucestershire.
Rain into Harmer. This one's turned behind. There's a field out in the deep. He should be able to get no. In fact, there isn't. That will go all the way for 4. And so Harmer gets his first boundary of the morning, and Essex will move to 363 for 6.
And from Leicestershire's point of view, a draw will be absolutely fine there, because it would lead them on the brink of promotion. It might even be enough in itself. It all depends on the Middlesex Derbyshire game where there's no play at the moment. But one thing's for certain, we are going to have sides promoted from Division 2 this year. That's the only thing we can know for certainty, and Leicestershire are going to be one of them. And you'd think Glamorgan very much in the box seat to be the other, unless things go very wrong for them.
Yeah, plenty of drama left in the county championship as the last final 3 games take place. As New over Essex 363 for 6.
And Sports Extra with us. Welcome to you. Not much cricket going on around the country, is there, at the moment? Just hearing about rain at Worcester, but we've had an intriguing morning here because Essex were absolutely coasting along, and then the cloud cover built up here at Chelmsford. There are showers threatened, and Durham have staged a very good fight back, which has really opened the game up. And a very good partnership of 191 for the 4th wicket between Elgar and Critchley. That one is driven away. That's gone away for at least a couple of runs. Nice stroke from Thane. That's going to just be stopped in front of the extra cover boundary. They think of a third and decide against it. But yes, it was pretty much plain sailing as well under broken cloud cover. We had a delayed start for 20 minutes, but then conditions were quite good overhead, and Critchley and Elgar were looking very, very comfortable indeed. But then Matthew Potts started to get some movement as the cloud cover built up, and he removed Elgar for 150 and followed up with a wicket of Critchley for 129. So 2 wickets for Potts, and he bowled very well this morning. Deserved his figures of 2 for 68 in 25 overs. As one's outside the leg stump from Connors, and attempted little flick away into the onside is not successful from Thane, who's on 3 and Harmer 4. So Potts getting that movement and finding the edge of Critchley. Not much was beating his bat yesterday. Finding the edge of Elgar for 150, and then getting Critchley in 2 minds as well, and eventually having him squared up an LBW for 129. And looked pretty adjacent, and he went for 129, a fine innings from 168 balls with a 6 and 17 fours. As Connors bowls again, that one's played away for 2, I think. It's being chased back by Rain around the boundary from long leg to deep square. They come back for 2, and Thane goes along to 5, 367 for 6. Pepper then went quickly to Connors for 4. That was LBW, and since then it's been Thane and Harmer. But Essex were hoping, I think, to get to 400 in 110 overs to get a 4th batting point, but that is now looking quite unlikely. And Durham have managed to get themselves a 2nd bowling point with their efforts this morning.
Yeah, very eventful half hour. Really changes the kind of nature and dynamic of this game, but Essex, you'd feel, still on top for now.
That one just squeezed out into the offside, out towards backward point. And there's no run. So Nick Ledhill here with Roshan Alam and Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle about to rejoin us.
Coverage of the county championship on the BBC. This relegation battle between Durham and Essex. Durham starting the game in 9th position, Essex just 1 above them in 8th. As Martin Emerson joins beside me, and the next ball is blocked out. Yeah, 12 points between the 2 teams as they came into this game, and with rain predicted to interrupt this match, we thought maybe a result might be unlikely, and so both teams starting to look at those bonus points. Essex scoring 3 bowling points during Durham's first innings. They were bowled out for 333 early on the morning of the 2nd day, and in response Essex have done quite well, Martin, so far. They've notched up a fair few in their 110 overs, reaching 367 for 6.
Yeah, how many overs have gone? Got 5 overs left for bonus points. Yeah.
So you'd feel, other than a T20 style batting displayed in the next 5 overs, they probably aren't going to reach 400, but if this match does go to a draw and it's rain interrupted, then you'd feel that they're quite happy with things so far. So it's going to be Ben Rain continuing from the Graham Gooch end. First ball defended out by Harmer.
You work for a music radio station,
yes,
so
I do.
You'll have seen the Mercury Music Prize shortlist. Have you seen that come out?
I have actually, yes, I have.
It's actually being that's been staged in Newcastle for the first time. So it's been held in London. Lauren Laverne, BBC's Lauren Laverne, who's from Sunderland, is going to host the whole thing. So among the nominees, C. Matt, who I've seen a few times and we'll be seeing her in Newcastle next month. Very good.
Here comes Rain once again into Harmer, and he lets this one go straight through to the gloves of Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. And Essex Rain 367 for 6. Yes, the Mercury Music Prize.
Pulp have been nominated. They've brought out their first album in 20 years or something, which is a very good album. They did win it years ago, back in about 94, 95. And another person I've seen on the list is Jacob Allen, who I saw a few weeks ago at the Deershed Festival, who's got a fantastic voice. He's a Scottish singer. He's a lovely performer. So,
question for you coming up after this ball from Ben Rain into Harmer, who takes a big lunge forward and then leaves. So Essex remain on 367 for 6. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Sam Fender is also on that list.
Yes.
Now, do you ignore him because Newcastle? Is there a fierce rivalry there?
well,
or
he's not my cup of tea musically.
but nothing to do with his hometown.
I
Okay,
I
fine.
couldn't care where
Just to
it's from.
clarify.
No. Sunderland fans do sing a song about him, but and he did have a thing at his gigs about Sunderland fans, didn't he? I think in the videos.
Two new batters out then for Essex. Simon Harmer on 4, Noah Thane on 5, and it's Ben Rain into Simon Harmer, another leave.
He's not. You never hear him on Six Music.
Do you not?
No, he's not on there. He's not on their playlist.
Well, he's a staple in my day job, I'll tell you that.
But previous Mercury Music Prize nominees include field music from Sunderland. So that's David and Peter Brewers, who I know quite well. And they're doing a 20th anniversary gig at the fire station in November in Sunderland. And Nadine Shah, who comes from Whitburn, which is the village where I come from.
Yes, of course.
She now lives at, I think she now lives in Margate, but her dad's still in the northeast.
2 steps in place as Ben Rain comes in once again to Simon Harmer, who again takes a lunge forward, chips it back towards the bowler, who takes a kind of slightly ambitious throw at the stumps, but Simon Harmer well in his crease there, so more of a reflex reaction throw than any real attempt on a wicket. And Essex 367 for 6, rebuilding their innings after 3 quick wickets. They lost 3 wickets for 9 runs in the space of about 20 minutes it was, and this after Dean Elgar scored 150 odd. Matt Critchley reached his century this morning, and Essex were looking sort of trundling along quite comfortably, but 2 new batters in, cloud cover coming in over Chelmsford. There is rain expected later today, so fingers crossed about how much cricket we can get in as Ben Rain comes in once again. Simon Harmer to face, and this is blocked out into the offside for no run. A dot ball to end the over, a maiden over, and Essex are 367 for 6.
In terms of head-to-heads between these two, this is match number 21 in the Championship. Had meetings in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2021, first time they'd met each other in 12 seasons. Durham hadn't had a bigger gap in terms of playing somebody than that. They passed each other going up and down and whatnot. And, Essex have beaten Durham 10 times. Durham have only beaten Essex on 3 occasions, and only one of those was down here. That was in 1993. Been 7 draws as well, including both games last year. And last year produced the highest scores in head-to-heads for both teams, as Connors comes in now from the River End. That's played out into the covers no run there. So Essex's highest score against Durham came in Chesley Street last year in a rain-affected game. It was a draw. They made 488. It included 107 from Feroz Kushi and 184 from Nick Brown. Their previous best had been in 2010 when they got that 484, and the match we were talking about where Jake Mickleborough made a career best 174 and Jimmy Foster 169. Their partnership for the 5th wicket of 339. That was in 2010, that match, and that was a draw. That was rain affected as Connors comes in again and bowls. A bit of a waft there from Thane, who's on 5, plays and misses at that one. And then Durham's highest score against Essex was 587 from the first innings here last year. Included a career best 198 from Ollie Robinson and 113 from Alex Lees.
Well, runs do flow when these two meet.
Yeah.
It's a shame that not more of those games have gone to a full
Well, that
result,
was a Kookaburra ball game on an absolutely flat track. It was dreadfully dull.
And as things stand, if we can play the entire of today and the entire of tomorrow, we might get a result here. However, rain pending in Chelmsford, sadly.
Connors in, and Thane plays the ball up to mid-off, no run there. Durham's previous best had been 505 in 2005 in Chesley Street, when Gordon Mutchell made 123, Dale Bankenstein 110. And in that match, Essex were out for 106. But their lowest score now was in the Bob Willis Trophy game here in 2021, when they were out for 96, but then came back to win the game. Connors bowls, Thane plays and misses. And forward to that one.
The sun's ever so slightly starting to peer out from behind the clouds here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any sun today at all, have we?
No.
Not here.
My
There's just
weather
a
app
little
says,
gap in the clouds, but it'll go back in again very shortly, because some really nasty looking stuff heading our way, coming in low, and it's going to bring some rain with it, I think, by the looks of that.
My weather app says 11 minutes till rain, but
Yeah.
let's test the accuracy of that in the next quarter of an hour.
Connors bowls again. That's played out into the covers, no run. So all dot balls so far in this over. There's just one delivery of it left, 367 for 6. Durham's only win here in Chelmsford in 1993, so that was their first visit. That match saw Mark Saxelby get 131. Sorry, so Phil Bainbridge got 150 in that match. Then a couple of years, a year later it was, Mark Saxelby got 131 in Stockton. This is played off down to third man for 1 run, so it won't be a maiden. Thane moves on to 6, and we'll keep strike. 368 for 6. The lead is 35.
So 3 more overs for bonus points to be scored in this innings. It looks unlikely that Essex are going to score enough runs to get another batting one. However, still in the mix for Durham, and it is going to be Ben Rain continuing to bowl. He's switched ends a couple of times during this game. Started off this morning from the Sir Alistair Cook end where we're positioned in the commentary box, and then he's switched to the far side, the Graham Gooch, and ever so slightly down the slope. But he will be in the hunt for his second wicket. The only wicket in this innings came in the 6th over as he runs in now, bowling to Noah Thane. It's a full ball that's defended onto the offside for no run. Yeah, Ben Rain made early inroads. That was the wicket of Paul Walter for 4 runs when Essex were on 7. That was in the 7th over this game, so exactly 100 overs ago. A slightly frustrating afternoon in the field for Durham, but the last half hour should have given them the boost and the motivation they needed. And they'll be hoping that the conditions can play into their advantage as the sort of overcast conditions sort of loom over the ground here at Chelmsford as rain comes in. Once again to Thane, who defends and blocks once again. Slightly fuller these last 2 balls from Rain. Just looking to extract something from the pitch. Just hoping the moisture and the conditions might give some assistance to his bowling. 368 for 6 then, Essex. It's a lead of 35 over Durham's first innings total of 333, which on the scorecard to me looked like a good total, but there was a feeling amongst the Durham fans that maybe there were more runs out there and maybe they could have scored a few more, and that I think mainly based on the first session that they had here as Rain comes in once again, harm to face, and it's defended onto the leg side this time for no run. So 3 dot balls so far from Rain.
Durham had a nomadic start to their life as a first-class county. They played in a lot of different venues in the early 90s.
Is that right?
They played the first game when they became a first-class county. The first match they played at home was at the racecourse ground on the riverside in Durham City, just next to the it's the university's grounds, sports fields.
Here comes Rain, 2 slips in place, and this is nudged to the fielder in the covers again, no run.
But they used to play, I saw them play at Gateshead Fell. They played at Chesley Street Cricket Club, just up the road from where the riverside is now. Hartlepool, Stockton, Darlington. I've covered a game at Darlow. The first meeting between these two was in 1992, and that was in Hartlepool. And the following year Durham came down here. So in those days you played everybody, but you only played them once, so you either played them home or away, and then it alternated the following year.
Here comes Ben Rain again. It's going to be Noah Vane to face. This is nudged onto the leg side. Again, no run in this relegation battle between Essex and Durham. It's going to be an interesting end to this Division 1 season.
So it was first few games in the North East. 1992 Hartlepool, 94 Stockton, 2 years later Hartlepool again, and it was eventually 1998 when they staged the first game between the two at the Riverside in Chesley Street.
There you go.
They've played each other here, they've played each other in Colchester.
Rain in once again. Fuller and Vane will push this through the covers straight to a fielder, no run. And that is another maiden over. So it's been 3 overs now without a run as Harmer and Vane look to rebuild this Essex innings. Harmer's on 4, Vane's on 6, and Essex 368 for 6.
I think, and I'm going to use a phrase from the BBC weather guide, I think it's going to hoy it down any minute. I'm just looking here, they also played at Southend-on-Sea. That was in 2005, so I don't think, no, they haven't played any more games at Outground since 2005. The remaining matches have been here. It does look like the end of the world's coming here, doesn't it?
Well, according to my weather app, rain is forecast in 4 minutes. I think we can get another over away before then.
Yeah. Had a 20-minute delay this morning because of rain. Connor's bowling here, and bowling to Harmer, who's on 4. Harmer plays the ball to Clark in the covers, no run there.
Now, I wonder if the two have ever been involved in a sort of relegation scrap before. They must have done.
Well, yeah. I mean, Essex have been up and down a few times. Durham were in the first division in the first year of 2 divisions in 2000 and finished 8th and got relegated, and that was their highest finish in the county championship.
Really?
So I can't remember if Essex were in that division then. Next ball is bowled by Connors to the batsman Harmer. Dot ball, plays it back to the bowler. So the game in 1993, which is Durham's only win away, that was in July, towards the end of July. Durham batted first. They made 483 with Phil Brainbridge getting 150. So until Ollie Robinson's 198 here last year, that had been Durham's highest score, individual score. Connors comes in again and bowls. That's turned away past square leg. Bit of a leading inside edge there from Harmer. He's going to get 2 runs. Rain comes round to field it, and that takes the lead up to 37 at 370 for 6. Harmer on 6. The Durham team which won that match was Graham Fowler, Wayne Larkins, Paul Parker, Stuart Hutton, Bainbridge, who I've mentioned, Ian Smith, Anderson Cummings, who was an overseas from the West Indies, Chris Scott, the keeper, who famously dropped Brian Lara very early in his innings in 1994 and said he'd go on to get 100 now, and he went on to get 501. It's played towards mid-wicket this time by Harmer, no run. Who else was in the team there? Phil Berry, David Graveney, and Simon Brown, who I used to play against. He was from Bolden. Simon Brown went on to play 1 test match for England. In the Essex innings, Paul Pritchard was in the team. John Stevenson, who went on to be Sussex coach for a while, didn't he? And also coached the MCC team in 2010 in Abu Dhabi when I was out there covering that game. Connors in, bowls, a play and a miss there from Harmer. It was a bit overly casual, I think, from Harmer there. He's gone for a walk now to think about what he's just done. Nick Knight was playing, Salim Malik, John Lewis, who later went on to play for Durham and captain Durham, Michael Graham, Garnham, Derek Pringle was playing, Don Topley, well there you are, Thomas Donald Topley, who's just popped in to say hello. I'll have a chat with him at lunchtime. Peter Such, Stephen John Walter Andrew, John Childs. Last ball of the over, and that's played down into the ground by Harmer, bounces up high, and it's stopped by Connors. So 2 runs from it, which went the inside edge off down towards backward square leg. So 370 for 6. So we might squeeze another over in yet before that rain arrives.
Yeah, according to the apps, the weather apps, the rain has started, but I haven't seen any droplets on the window in front of us in the commentary box here at Essex.
I wonder where the weather app is based, where it's basing Chelmsford at.
Incorrectly so far, so we'll take that. 376 for 6 is the score. That's an Essex lead of 37 in this relegation battle in Division 1 of the County Championship. Brought to you on BBC Sport, every ball of it. As Ben Rain comes in from the Graham Gooch end, it is Noah Thane to face the first ball. He pushes it through the covers and they think about a single, but there's a fielder very quickly onto it. So both batters retreat to their creases. Yeah, Essex and Durham, 8th and 9th respectively in the County Championship table, and then only 3 points separating the teams between 5th and 8th. And it sounds like from across the country it's a very rain affected day 3, and so bonus points become all the more important. And you have to say Essex have done the better job so far of notching up as many as they can in their batting innings and during Durham's, as Ben Rain comes in once more from the Graham Gooch, and it's Noah Thane facing up, and he'll defend this, and they'll dwell. He gets a bit more on it than he thinks he would as the ball scuttles away to backward point where there wasn't a fielder. They all run across for a quick single. That'll be their first run in some time there. And just 371 for 6.
Just going back to this scorecard from 1993. Durham made 483, Essex 382. Durham then made 199, and Essex all out for 154. Don Topley, Durham's first innings, bowling, none for 100. Well bowled, Don. None for 119 overs, 4 maidens.
Seamers didn't get there. Here comes Rain once again into Harmer this time, who blocks and defends. When I say Rain's coming in, so far I'm only referring to Ben Rain, the Durham bowler, not the weather. But I will update on the weather as it happens here at Chelmsford.
Child's got 5 for 99. You're none for 100. Andrew 1 for 35. Child's 5 for 99. Such 1 for 69. Malik 2 for 43.
Spinner's got 8 for.
Spinner's got 8 wickets. See what he did in the second innings.
Ben Rain just having a little chat with his captain before this next ball, but here he comes now into Harmer, who pushes through the covers straight to the fielder, no run.
Took none for 18 in the second innings. That's pretty tidy. 9 overs, 3 maidens.
Any runs?
Any runs? Let's have a look. You got 2 in the second innings. Caught Hutton, bowled Graveney.
Graveney?
Yeah. And first innings, you got 22.
Here comes Ben Rain once again, and Harmer will defend this one again. Ben Rain, who's been wicketless for over 100 overs. He took the first wicket of this Essex innings. That was in the 7th over. That was over 100 overs ago. He's gone for 95 runs in his 28 overs. Just a single off this over so far, one more ball to come as Essex move to 371 for 6. Rain any time now, we're told. I can start to see a few specks on the window ahead of me, just a tiny splattering of water, but play will continue as Ben Rain comes in. Final ball of the over then, and this is defended by Harmer, who thinks about taking a run, but then again retreats back into his crease, and that is the over. So Harmer's on 6, Thane on 7, and Essex 371 for 6, and that concludes the 110 overs. There will be no more bonus points. It's Essex and Durham at Chelmsford in the County Championship on BBC Sport. Every ball of this game, and County Championship matches up and down the country. Many of them rain affected. So far we are avoiding the rain.
Well, we're not, are we?
Well, it's imminent.
Yeah. Essex then finished with 6 bonus points from this game, Durham 4. So the gap is now 14 points in Essex's favour as Connors bowls here to Thane. Dot ball rolls up to Potts at mid-off. In the first innings, Don, Wayne Larkins got you out. Simon Brown, the bowler, caught Larkins, bowled Brown, 22. 22 from 91 balls. Very pedestrian.
I should say we've been joined by Don Topley in the commentary box, and having a reminiscing moment over a scorecard. Do you remember that scorecard, or is that?
Do you know what? I do remember it playing Durham because we didn't. My era had never played much against Durham.
Yeah.
That's driven out through the covers by Thane for 1. He moves on to 8, 372 for 6.
So to play against Durham was kind of still quite new.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do remember the fixtures, and I remember the fixtures away when we played. I think it was somewhere like Stockton.
Yeah, you did play Stockton 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year.
That was in '94, and you played Hartlepool a couple of times as well.
Hartlepool as well, yeah. Good days. It was a very experienced Durham team.
Yes. That one's pushed up to mid-off on this occasion, no run there. But it was 2 years later, they didn't manage to win a single championship match in 1996, but they did okay in 92, 93, 94.
Yeah. Well, you had Simon Hughes, Graveney.
Graveney was playing in that match, yeah.
Yeah.
Simon Brown.
Ian Botham originally.
Paul Parker.
Yeah.
Botham played in the first season, I think, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah.
It was all very, very new.
Connor's in, and that is once again defended. I think we might get this, get up to 12:30 here and actually get in intact, having lost 20 minutes at the start of the day.
I've just come away from Stuart Kerrison, the groundsman here. He is expecting a little bit now, and he says then there will be probably some play.
Yeah,
and then
at 4 o'clock was running on.
the evening session there could be a. It could be well, not particularly enthusiastic he is. But we really have had not much rain in this part of the world.
Next ball's a dot ball as well, as that's defended by Harmer with an eye on lunch now. He's on 6. So your garden as well.
It's been brown.
Have you had a hose pipe ban down here? You probably have you?
No, we haven't actually. No. But my grass has struggled. It's been brown.
Yeah.
It would, in your words, it would have turned. Mm-hmm. It really would have turned. You'd have old spin in my garden.
Yeah.
But the tomatoes have done well.
Ah, good.
Sweet corn a bit average.
Sweet corn. Next ball is pushed off towards the leg side. That's the end of the over, just the 1 run from it. Is sweet corn easy enough to grow, is it?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of fields actually now, sweet corn.
Yeah.
But also I think it's to feed.
Yeah, well,
grown
they
as
grow
feed
maize,
for
don't they?
maize for the chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. But anyway, it's lovely to see you, Marty. Welcome to Chelmsford.
Yes.
I hope you're behaving.
I'm just stayed in Coggeshall, fairly quiet there.
Coggeshall, very pretty cricket club. Coggeshall Town
I
Cricket
just passed
Club.
that this morning, actually. Yeah. So we're going to get 1 over a spin from Parkinson here before everybody goes off for some scran. And have you already had your scran, Nick?
Yeah, next batter for now. That was first ball then from Parkinson, is defended and blocked out. Yeah, 1 over a spin.
Oh, look at this.
Coming from Graham Gooch end just before lunch. I mean, it has hit 12:30, but they thought, hang on, we can squeeze a quick over a spin as Parkinson comes in for the second ball. It's a lofted delivery and defended on a front foot there by Thane. For no run. Essex 372 for 6 then. 39 ahead of Durham's total, but we've just crossed the 110 over mark, so no more bonus points at bay as Parkinson comes in this time. Once again, it's flicked off the pads into the sort of mid-wicket region where there's a fielder to retrieve, no run. So Essex with 6 bonus points and Durham with the 4. So if this game does go to a rain-affected draw, Essex will be the happier of the teams because they'll put a bit more distance between themselves. As Parkinson comes in once again, and this is pushed to the fielder at mid-on for no run. Well, if they wanted a quick over before lunch, they are certainly getting one with Parkinson whipped through these balls in about 30 seconds, and he's already taken off for the 4th ball into Thane. Another flighted delivery and defended by Thane lunging forward to meet bat and ball. And Essex will probably go to lunch, I imagine, happier of the 2 teams. They did lose 3 very quick wickets in the space of about 20 minutes, but not before piling on 300 plus runs. And the next ball is pushed into the covers where there is a fielder, and that completes the over. And as the rain starts to fall in Chelmsford, the players will walk off for lunch. It's almost like it was timed coincidence. I imagine we'll see the covers coming up. Yet they're already being pushed on. But all but the first 20 minutes managed to squeeze out a session of play. And Essex will end it 372 for 6, Harmer on 6, Thane on 8. And this after 150 plus from Dean Elgar and a century from Matt Critchley, before Durham struck back with 3 wickets in the space of 9 runs. Should just check Essex progress, but Noah Thane, Simon Harmer rebuilding the innings, starting from scratch, and they've seen out a good half hour from Durham to reach the lunch break. Martin.
Yes, and the ground staff have come running on, pushing the covers, so that's going to keep them fit. Don't know where the little tractor is, but they've gone out there in a rate of knots, and already the wicket is covered over. So we'll leave it there then. In theory, we'll be back with you at 1:10 for more commentary. But the rain that's been drifting our way and was promised on the app has now arrived. So it's a bit of heavy drizzle at the minute. Hopefully it will pass through and we'll start on time.
going to make a reasonably prompt start, which I think about 20 minutes ago we didn't think we were going to. So Nick Ledhill, Martin Emerson and Roshan with us today for the third day of this match, and it's been very interesting actually. It's been a session of two halves which Essex started in some dominance, and then we had a very good fight back from Durham, and it means that Essex are 39 ahead with 4 wickets left, and if it stays dry, which is unlikely, Martin, I mean this game could well still have a result to it.
It could do, yes. I'm just looking at the next sort of band of cloud coming in, but we've got sunshine at the moment. And yeah, the weather is affecting a lot of the games at the moment. But I think from 4 o'clock, it's not looking good here, is it?
No.
We could be looking at a large swimming pool by R4. Katie's messaged on Blue Sky. She said, I'm surprised, but I'm pleased to hear commentary. When I turned the radio on, I expected it to be raining all day. I'm currently trying to catch up on a bit of cricket in between a mum and baby yoga class and baby gymnastics. So she's listening to us, and the reason I mention that is because Katie had her baby in June,
Right.
and was listening to Durham against Surrey when she gave birth. So, and then she sent us a picture of the baby, and then a few weeks ago during the One Day Cup, she went to Guildford for a Surrey One Day game and took the baby with her, so Churchy could meet the baby.
All right, that's excellent.
Yeah.
So, well, I hope you're enjoying the commentary. I'm going to say we're sort of at times been the only show in town in terms of Division 1, although they have played quite a lot at Worcester this morning. That's the other game that sort of made some sort of significant progress, because in that match, Worcestershire have actually not done at all badly this morning. They're 159 for 8. They're 134 ahead of Notts. I think if they were to get another 30 or 40, there might be a bit of nerves knocking around for Nottinghamshire, because it's probably a typically awkward New Road pitch. But Gareth Roderick, 36 not out, has been chiefly holding Notts at bay, and Ben Allison is there on 14. 2 wickets for Lyndon James and 1 for Dylan Pennington this morning. But Worcester aren't out of that. There's been nothing at Hove. There's been very little at the Oval. Surrey 219 for 2. And a little bit early on at Taunton, 441 for 6 Somerset. So that's a tale of the tape in Division 1. And it's going to be Sam Connors to bowl. We've got Harmer and Thane, who are basically just hanging on in the 20 minutes or so before lunch after that fight back, which was launched by Matthew Potts, taking advantage of overhead conditions which changed during the morning, and in successive overs he had Elgar caught behind, and in fact he'd been threatening to do that the previous over as well, and then the next over after that he had Critchley LBW to one that sort of trapped him in the crease. Both batters hitting a 17 fours and a 6, and Michael Pepper never got going, hit 4 from 16 balls before he was LBW to Connors, who's about to bowl to Harmer. So with a lead of just 39, and we have gone past the 110 overs, so we know what our bonus points are for the game. Durham have got a couple for bowling and a couple for batting, and Essex have got 1 more in each category as Connors bowls, and that's just played defensively off the front foot into the onside and fielded by Alex Lees at mid-on. But 39 is the lead, and that's all it is. And if Durham were to bowl Essex out quickly here, it would then be very interesting to see how Durham went in their third innings. And is there, I'm just saying on my last bit of commentary, Martin, is there an element of danger the way the game has progressed for Durham? Because I would have thought coming in this morning they'd have been happy to take a draw here and then beat Worcester next week.
Well, who says they're going to beat Worcester next week?
Oh, I fancy that with one or two star
the weather
bowlers
forecast across the weekend is going to be very stormy and wet. So
it improves improves early next week, I think.
There's Connors coming in, right arm over, and that's played wide of Rain up towards mid-off. He dives across and stops the ball. It's a run for Harmer, who moves on to 7-3 for 6. Durham beat Worcestershire in 2 days down at Worcester earlier in the season, and they beat them in 3 days in Kidderminster last year, but then Worcestershire came up to Chester Street and did a job on Durham last season, so there's no givens. Chris, who goes under the name of Missing in the Slips, has messaged on Blue Sky, at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, says, I do think we can do this. As in comes Connors and Bowles, and that's defended by Thane. He said, but the 2 wickets while on the way to the coffee shop don't help. Porter, Bracewell, Tall Paul, Thane to mix it up with Harmer, Critchley and maybe Wesley, who looked good in the couple of his Metro Cup outings. No spin to trouble, maybe, he asks. And then he says, I hope we don't get to a point, though, where Essex not losing becomes the main driver for the hosts. But if that is what it is, that's what it comes to, then so be it, sort of thing. The sun is shining at the moment as Connors comes in and bowls. And that stays really low and is kept out very late by Thane. Plays it back to the bowler. Claire says tomorrow's weather forecast is better, but our bowling attack is depleted because of Snater's injury, and as I speak, 2 new Essex batters are at the crease. So these are messages that came in before lunch.
We've got some different views about whether Essex might have declared. Obviously, it's quite clear the strategy is now just try and eke out as many runs as they can and stretch the lead as far as possible.
Connors bowls to Thane, who guides the ball to backward point, no run there. The lead is currently 40 now. Things changed when Durham broke that partnership. Elgar got to 150 and was then out on 150, caught behind off Potts, and it was just when it got really overcast and we'd had a bit of a delayed start in the morning because of rain, and conditions were good, and then Critchley went LBW to Potts for 129, so he suddenly had 2 new batsmen out in the middle after their partnership had been worth 191, and they'd been batting without any concern really, and then suddenly they were both gone. And that's a shortish ball pulled by Thane out towards the VIP building, the building with the hospitality boxes in it. That's gone for 4. It was a loose-ish delivery at the end of the over, and that moves the score on. So Harmer has 7, Thane has 12, 377 for 6. The lead is 44. But while Elgar and Critchley were batting, you just never thought there would be any chance of another bowling point, and then suddenly they lost 3 wickets in 12 overs for 9 runs, and Durham got there out of nowhere.
Yeah, they did, and there was just an indication actually before the dismissal of Elgar that Potts was getting some movement. He troubled Elgar in the over prior to the getting him out, so going to see Potts from the Graham Gooch end. Worcestershire have lost a 9th wicket, so 160 for 9. They lead by 135. So Roderick's still there, but Notts will still feel that it's under control, and they could actually, of course, win that game before Surrey maybe get back on the field, but certainly before Surrey have a chance of forcing victory in their match, which is far less well developed, although Surrey have been going well in their first innings. So it is, in their second innings rather, it's going to be Potts, very even first innings in that game. Comes into bowl to Harmer, and that's just played up towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. In fact, the gap was just 2 runs between Surrey and Warwickshire in the first innings, but Surrey 219 for 2 with Pope out for 78, Burns for 54 yesterday. I note that Sibley retired hurt for 64, and folks and Lawrence were batting when the rain came. So they've got a good lead there, but it could well be that Notts, barring accidents, go top of the table at least for a while.
Do we know what Snater's injury is? Because he injured himself while bowling. He sort of hit the ground hard and then wandered off, but have we been told what it is?
I'll see if I've got anything on it, not that I've seen, that's played past the square leg umpire for a single. Essex have certainly been unlucky with injuries at times this season, and just when you thought things were improving and they were going to have a full squad to call from, Cook gets injured in the 100 closing stages of 100. I think it was in the eliminator, and then he got Cock getting injured in the final itself of the 100, and now Snater as well. But Edward saying that he wondered if Wesley might have declared at the fall of the 8th wicket if within 110 overs to deprive Durham of a bowling point. So of course now we've gone past the 110 overs, and this is steered away nicely for probably 2, being chased back towards the backward point boundary by Emilio Gay. He'll cut it off just about 5 yards in, and I think they're going to scamper back for a 3rd run, so that's well run. And Harmer, Thane goes to 15, and it was a prospect of Thane having not much championship cricket for the rest of the season, with Essex having the full squad to choose from. But it's changed a bit since then, with no Cox, no Cook, so he's in the side, and can he take advantage with a decent batting performance here? He's gone to 15 and Harmer has 8.
Welcome back, listeners, on Sports Extra. Who's popped over here? Must be in between innings elsewhere.
It's going to be Potts to bowl to Harmer. We haven't had any further wickets go since lunch, and it's been a day where we've actually avoided the threat of the weather. There were 20-minute delay at the start. It was dry for the rest of the morning. It then rained during the lunch break, and it's actually clouding over again now. But the sun is poking through. But we do expect perhaps more showers this afternoon, and then more meaningful rain, for want of a better expression, after 4 o'clock. Here's Potts, who took 2 this morning, bowls to Harmer, and that's played out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Is that my imagination, or did I just hear a steam train there?
We're not that old-fashioned.
What was that noise? Where did it come from?
We'll see if we can get an update on Snater, because the Grumbler in his email is also asking if there's any update on Snater. He also mentioned the fact that the cloud cover was important, but the Durham ball change perhaps even more so, because of course that was another significant factor. It's amazing how often that happens. 6 saving 1 and a slip with a short ball, which Harmer will just play with control down towards fine leg. Just a controlled hook, if you can have such a thing. Just saw it early and just steered it and make sure it went to ground and got a single. Goes to 9. Thane is on 15, 382 for 6.
At Worcestershire are all out in their second innings for 160, so they only lead Notts by 135. So I presume that's where Sports Extra have been, because they've been over here for 10 minutes.
They've done well there, Notts, to get those last 2 wickets very quickly, and that should be within their compass. Although there can be some very lively spells of play, particularly from the Diglis end at New Road this season. Slip waiting, as that's edged down to where a third slip would have been, but it's 4 runs for Thane. Slightly involuntary, but it's come off a thickish edge, but it went to ground, and nobody at third slip at all, so down to the third man boundary it goes. The lead's above 50, it's 386 for 6. Lead is on 53.
That is, I can hear a steam train whistle. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
I wonder where that's coming. Is it somebody's
Well, I know our colleague
phone,
Paul
is it?
Newton's very keen on the old steam trains, and maybe he's here in spirit with in NRFX. So no play at the Oval for quite a while now. 219 for 2, 217 ahead, but they have been progressing at New Road. Worcester 160 all out, and not needing 136 to win. 4 wickets for Josh Tongue and 5 for Lyndon James, who got a couple this morning. 5 for 35 in 15 overs and 5 balls.
The
3 this morning.
Essex lead is now 53 at 386 for 6, and we're about to have another over from Connors once the ball has been dried. Currently the drying duties belonging to Ben Rain, who's got a little cloth and he's trying to get that ball dry for the bowler.
Yes, the Grumbler saying that he wouldn't have thought that there would be a declaration at any point, and that's exactly how Essex are playing it, because obviously that would give Durham more of a chance of getting ahead and forcing a win.
Connors from the river end, and that's played up to Lees by Harmer, who's on 9, no run there.
Draw always looks likely, and widening the gap by a couple of points is a decent result. As I say, we still don't know if it really means anything, depending on what happens when the counties decide on the structure of next season, whether there's going to be any changes. But Essex certainly don't want to lose this game, and they're gradually stretching out a lead, just gone beyond 50.
When are they meeting to discuss it again? I thought it was decided that it wasn't happening for next year.
Apparently it's now towards the end of it's the end of September now.
Connors in again, balls. It's a shortish ball. It's pulled by Harmer out through mid-wicket, and it's going to go for 4 to the pavilion. Just crossing the rope now.
I will find the most relevant article about it, and we can have a look at it. That was a nice shot.
Not
It's been
the best
good
of
form, Harmer.
balls. Not the best of balls. Just a little bit too short and down the leg side. 390 for 6. But when they get to 400, Essex, there won't be any more points on offer, because we've passed the closing point of that at the end of the 110th over. This could be a long afternoon if they have to keep drying the ball every time it goes onto the floor. Lees is now giving it a mop. Quite a bit of a downpour during lunch. They did run the diffuser around the ground afterwards, the big rope they attached to the tractors, and you could see loads of spray coming up. There's obviously still a lot of water on the surface.
A meeting of the 18 first-class counties to decide the immediate future of the competition due to be held sometime next week. So not at the end of September, but while your game against Worcester's going on.
Where's that? Are you reading that from?
That's just come up on, I think it's via the Cricketer.
Right. Connors bowling to Harmer. Tries to york him. Harmer digs it out, plays it off towards the covers, no run.
And yeah, Sussex declaring their support for 13 matches. Obviously, everyone's got different views, and yeah.
Or was it Rob Andrew who said you could ask, you could ask the 18 counties for their ideas and get 19 different suggestions?
Yeah.
Connors comes in and bowls. It's short, and he's hit Harmer. So Harmer looks to try and pull that through the leg side. It's whacked him on the back, I think. Ball will need another dry now. So at the minute, no play at Hove. No play at the Oval. Got that innings break at Worcester. It's raining in Taunton. They're all too far south to guarantee the weather. There is play at Gloucestershire. They're playing at Leicestershire at Leicester. Gloucestershire 482, Leicestershire 327. As Connors bowls. Harmer drives out into the covers, no run, stopped by Potts.
Yeah, there's Sussex chair John Philby giving his opinion and backing that 13-game model. He says, as you'd expect someone from Sussex to say, if Hampshire were in a relegation position and they'd be playing the relegation teams around them, and that would be exciting. Well, you'd expect someone from Sussex to say that. But what that article doesn't cover is what happens next year. Remember, the 100 is early next year, and that's a very crucial point.
Connors bowls. This is played by Harmer out through mid-wicket 4-2. Emilio Gay coming up off the pavilion boundary to field that one. Harmer moves on to 15, and Essex 392 for 6 against Durham, so the lead is now 59.
So to me, this model will work when you've got like an India 5-test series, an Ashes 5-test series, a later 100 as we had this year, and then you've got a break before you play those final 3 games against the top sides in the other division or the bottom sides in the other division, depending on where you've ended up. The problem next year is the 100 will end in mid-August. There's probably 5 rounds of championship games. How do you get to a situation where you end the regular season and then 3 days later you're playing these extra 3 games? How do you plan that? That's the question that has to be answered for next year. If they were to
Where's the
introduce
one-day cup going to be?
it will still be probably underneath the 100, unless they decide to play championship cricket during the 100, and that would actually change the dynamics again. But we don't think that's probably likely to happen next year. But yeah, I can see this working in a season when you have a late 100, i.e. the Ashes season of 27 would be an ideal example. I'm not convinced about it next year, how they're going to plan it. So that there must be an explanation of exactly how it's going to work next year when you potentially have got 5 championship rounds from the middle of August until the end of September. But we'll see. 392 for 6. The lead is being eked out here rather more slowly than we thought would be the case at the start of the day. It's worth 59, and Potts bowls, and Thane, who's playing pretty well here, just covers up and plays that back down the pitch, and there is no rain. Noah Thane, Martin, sort of been the sort of number 7/4 seamer, trying to establish his place in the side. Probably wouldn't have played a lot of cricket in this month had Cox and Sam Cook been available, but still, I think, really trying to fully establish himself in the side. But he's certainly been backed by Chris Silverwood, and he's played pretty well today. As here he plays a drive, just pushing that one up into the offside, up towards cover, and there's no run. There's Parkinson. So,
This is his 11th game.
Yeah.
356 runs. Got 3 50s.
So Yeah, thanks to the grumbler about the fact, obviously, Essex missing Cox and Cook. And literally the first I'd heard about Cox's absence was when I read it on the Essex Cricket website, and saying that Bracewell can take wickets but can be expensive. And of course we're waiting for an update on Snater, but apparently Chris Silverwood, speaking at the members' meeting last night, wasn't over optimistic. This is a play from the crease, just square into the offside, and there's no run. Little bit of blue sky around, but a very little bit. I can see an area surrounded by cloud, and it's quite heavy cloud in places as well, so it wouldn't be surprising if we did get another interruption during the afternoon, and even less surprising if we don't get interruptions in the evening session. But the day has not quite panned out as we thought it was going to, which I think the expectation would be that Essex might get a lead of 200. That's a long way off. Potts has produced a wholehearted performance today. Bowls one on the pads of Thane, which has played away for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. Not the biggest of crowds here. Spectators put off, I think, by the forecast of thundery showers, which I think is the sort of thing that has you thinking twice about whether you want to be sitting out in the open all day. But
there's a few down from Chester Street. I've
yeah,
into a few people are
making the numbers up.
Yeah. They say they can cope with weather from the north because they're hard.
Yeah, it's nothing like thunder in the forecast to maybe put you off a bit. Here's Potts. Bowls again, and just on the pads. The only thing he's got wrong in this over is he's bowled a little bit too much on the pads of the batters, and Harmer takes a single out towards deep square leg. So, yeah, it's a game that has just moved on in a slightly unexpected direction. Durham really sort of a three-man seam attack. It's been a wholehearted performance from them, but start to tire after a while, I imagine, and we're in the 116th over. Still got 4 wickets to take, and I think Essex looking to play a long game here, try and just keep batting as long as they can, get this lead over 100. Slip and 5 saving 1 as Thane comes forward and plays up towards mid-on. We had a partnership of 191 for the 4th wicket, which was close to the Essex record against Durham, didn't quite get there. And then Potts removed both protagonists, Elgar and Critchley, in successive overs as the ball started to move around under the heavy cloud cover. But he's bowled really very well indeed. 394 for 6. Harmer is there on 16 and Thane on 20. And yeah, I still think if you get some clear weather, I'd still back Durham to do well next week against Worcester. You make the very valid point that anything can happen, but you may have. We're thinking about when Mark Wood is going to return, and that might be next week.
That was the talk. Here comes Connors at the start of a new over, bowling here to Harbour on 16. That's defended, and it runs up to Lees at mid-on, no run there. I was looking through the stats yesterday. He last played for Durham. It was in the 2021 season. It was around about May time, I think, April, May, down in Derby. In fact, I think that might have been the week the Queen died. I think it was that very week. Connors comes in and bowls, and this is turned out through mid-wicket by Harmer. He came down the track to the bowler, and he's put this down towards our corner of the ground. He's going to run 3. Good use of the feet there. 19 he has now. 3, 9, 7 for 6. That game in Derby,
it's certainly a long time ago.
It was horrendous weather. Yeah. I remember finishing commentary, I think, on day 1, and the weather forecast was so bad we'd effectively said to the listeners, we'll see you on day 4, and days 2 and 3 were totally washed out. Connors bowling to Thane now. Nips back in, and Thane fends it away one-handed.
In Division 2, Leicestershire 327 for 7, 155 behind Gloucestershire. Basically, if they get a draw or better, they're pretty much there. But there's still a chance for Gloucestershire in that game. I don't think they're going to enforce the follow-on because there's just been a few more runs for Leicester, and the deficit's only 151. But it's been a good performance there by Gloucestershire. But surely nothing can deny Leicestershire, particularly if they do get at least a draw from that game.
In comes Connors, tries to York Thane. Thane jabs his bat down on the ball and plays it up to Lees at mid-off.
Of significance there is whether there's a positive result in the Middlesex-Derbyshire game, which is quite well advanced. Middlesex took a first innings lead of 15 and Derbyshire have knocked 30 runs in their second innings before the rain arrived, so they lead by 15, 30 for 1. So it's going to depend on them getting out there later on today as to whether there's a good chance of a result in that game.
Connors' right arm over, and that's guided to point by Thane, no run.
Sympathy for spectators who made their way to the Oval and Lords today, fighting through various strikes and have found that they're there and there's nothing to watch. So I do have sympathy with anyone who's made the effort to get there today and found that there's no play. But
maybe they would have looked at the forecast and thought, is it absolutely not worth it. But Sports Extra have gone now, so that final innings in that Worcestershire game's about to begin. Connors in, bowls, and Thane plays the ball up to Ben Rain, end of the over. 3 runs from it. So Essex now 397 for 6. They lead Durham by 64.
And Sam Atkinson, nice to hear from you. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thanks for commentary this morning. Enjoyed having it on in the background. You've been attempting to replicate chocolate caramel hobnobs, which featured on Bake Off last night. So I'm not a Bake Off fan, but I can imagine that was a popular thing to try and replicate.
Whoever thought that a film about people making cakes in a tent would be popular telly?
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, what people now watch these days. And
have we had prison cooking with Bill Oddie yet? I don't. It was one of Alan Partridge's ideas, wasn't it?
Bill Oddie, yeah, remember him. 397 for 6. Potts. And that's played away up the back foot down towards backward point. He actually once stood in as breakfast show presenter on Radio 2, I think.
Who? Bill Oddie did?
Yeah.
Did he?
And I remember the chap who was
he was in the goodies in the 70s, wasn't he?
Yeah. One of my broadcasting heroes, Ray Moore. I don't know if you remember Ray Moore. He did the early show on Radio 2. Wonderful presenter. He upset Bill Oddie by he kept calling him Odd Billy, which he didn't like. But no, he was one of the absolute greats.
The last thing he did was he did things like autumn watch and spring watch, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. And the goodies was quite a phenomenon. It really was. And some of those episodes were quite left field television. Let's put it that way at the time. Quite brave episodes to make. I won't go into too much detail, but it wasn't all just light entertainment. They were making a point at times. Potts comes in to bowl, and it's steered away through the covers for a single. 398.
What I did catch on the telly last night briefly was the Hairy Bikers Go West, and it was the final series they filmed before Dave died. And I think they obviously knew things weren't good and when they were making that journey. Cy King, his partner in the Hairy Bikers, has opened a restaurant next to the Stadium of Light in the stables called Proper Scran.
Potts coming into bowl. That's played defensively up towards mid-on by Thane, who's batting pretty well here on 20. In fact, both these two with 20 apiece at the moment at much the same rate. It's been a useful partnership. There's 398 for 6, lead 65. Sam says that after his efforts in the kitchen, he checked his phone. We're saddened to have seen that the beautiful thatched pavilion at, now I hope I pronounced this right, Bures, B-U-R-E-S, tell me if I got that wrong, Sam, cricket club was destroyed by fire last night. Yeah, that's very sad indeed, particularly if it's deliberate, and that's played up into the onside, up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. You say the ground lies on the banks of the River Stour, the Essex-Suffolk border. We had Don Topley up here a little while ago, who's an expert in that area. He'd certainly be aware of it. Beautiful place to play cricket. Hosted touring teams in the past. So sad that such a beautiful cricketing venue has been lost.
Treated as arson.
Yeah, it's very, very sad that, and let's hope that the ground can return. But no, particularly when you've got attachment to a club, to hear something like that must be very distressing news. As Potts bowls, and that's played by Thane up into the covers, and there is no run as it's picked up by Clark at cover. And well, we got the sun. The sun was forecast to make its sort of one appearance of the day around about now, forcing its way through the clouds, but it may be in full retreat in a couple of hours' time if the forecast is right. 398 for 6.
Bures and District Cricket Club, Suffolk Police
Yeah.
say the building has been completely destroyed.
Yeah, it's awful.
And police are treating the incident as arson.
So thanks for getting in touch, Sam. As that's played down towards backward point, and rolls out to Emilio Gay, and there's no run. And Martin's also been in touch. He was here on Tuesday, attended the Essex Cricket Business Club get-together before watching from in front of the press box. Thank you very much indeed for that. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So 398 for 6. Or indeed. Yep. 398 for 6. And
not plugging me in, plugging himself.
Well,
unbelievable. It's me with these people, isn't it? I tell you what, looking over there though, Nick, that doesn't look good, does it? That next band.
No.
It's sunny at the minute.
I'll tell you what, I'll write
black
it down,
skies in the
Martin.
distance.
So,
What's that?
so we're cricket at
bbc.co.
All right, that's all right. We'll put that. Make sure I mention them together next time.
I was going to say, so Cy King from the Hairy Bikers. Did you watch the Hairy Bikers at all?
I think I watched it fleetingly.
Yeah. I like the idea. I love travel-log cookery shows. You know, where they're visiting different places, like Keith Floyd used to do. And you get to see a bit of somewhere else, as well as the dishes they're making and that kind of thing. But anyway, I got the Hairy Bikers cookbook for Christmas, and when I opened it up, he'd written a lovely message to me inside about, hope you enjoy your new cooker, because we just had a new kitchen done and a bit of an extension and whatnot. And it was lovely. And then they had the...
You could be on one of those morning programmes renovating the house, you know.
Yeah, still not finished yet. It's been going on about a year. Matt Parkinson is replacing Connors. So we're going to get a bit of spin here from the river end. First ball left arm around the wicket. Slow left arm. Orthodox. Bowling to Harmer on 20. Comes in and bowls again. That's gone through to the keeper. There's one of the recipes in the cookbook is called something like son-in-law's breakfast or son-in-law's eggs, and it's a dish from Thailand apparently. Parkinson, that's walloped away that by Harmer, just using his feet to meet the pitch of the ball straight through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, he is in good form, Harmer. Ball and bat when he returned to the side in the 50 overs.
400 up, but there won't be an extra batting point for getting there because they're now 8.2 overs beyond that.
Yeah, and that's a useful shot. Just biding his time. He's really played it quite cautiously this morning and then this afternoon. But he does have the ability to up through the gears, and once that lead goes above 100, he might be thinking along those lines.
Callum Parkinson, I think I called him Matt a minute ago, that's his brother. This is driven through the covers.
Must be easily done there.
Yeah. And they come back for 2. They've played each other a couple of times in recent seasons and got each other out as well.
We've had the battle of the Allisons, of course.
Yeah.
Charlie and
Ben.
Ben. We even had a brother and sister playing, not in the same game, but here on the same day in the T20.
Right. Next ball is turned off towards deep square leg by Harmer for 2.
Sophia, who was here on...
she was here on Monday, wasn't
Monday,
yeah.
and
her
Will.
brother. Yeah,
and
so
Will.
he was playing for Glamorgan, was he?
Yep, we had one of those situations where Essex women were playing a different side to the Essex men.
Yeah.
Which took a bit... It was quite a long day trying to work out what was going on.
Next ball is defended on a length. I'll see you through this over and then I'll hop off. And Roshan can come back on. We have a wall of grey darkness heading towards us here. I think the weather window was meant to close about 4 o'clock. Parkinson in again. And
Harmer comes back into his crease and just turns that short on the leg side. End of the over. 8 from it. 406 for 6. The lead 73 here on the BBC.
And now, how to destroy your career season average in one match. Hasib Hamid, 1,108 runs at an average of 69 for Notts this season, and then he ends up going to New Road, which for opening batsmen sometimes this season has not been a happy hunting ground. First innings, bowled by Tom Taylor for naught in 2 balls. Second innings, bowled by Tom Taylor for naught in 10 balls. So his average was a lot better than that until those 2 dismissals, and not to 4 for 1, needing 132. So he won't be keen to go back to New Road in a hurry. Here is Thane playing the first ball of a new Potts over along the ground. Playing really well here now, Thane. Just gliding that one down to third man. And as I say, I'm not sure how much opportunities he would have got. I think he might have played at Edgbaston, but I think it might have been quite difficult to get him into the side had Cox and Cook been fit. But he's taking advantage of his chance here with the bat and playing very nicely. So 406 for 6. Potts again, and that one he just plays out not with entire comfort up into the offside, and there is no run.
Dare I say, it's quite bright over Chelmsford at the moment. I know there are very ominous dark clouds all the way around pretty much the ground, but we seem to be in a kind of a sunny dome for the moment. I've switched to the sunglasses again, Nick.
Now, I could have sworn that Thane already had 20 when he hit that 4. But anyway, he's showing us 20 not out at the moment. He edges that and is very well caught at slip. That's a superb one-handed catch from McKinney, just stretching across to his right to take that. Made it look really quite straightforward, but it wasn't. A bit of movement. He's deserved these wickets as Potts. A bit of movement there, and found the edge, and that really was an athletic piece of work. Just with an outstretched hand away to his right. The partnership was broken. It was a useful one. 406 for 7, and looking at the replay there, he had to move, adjust very quickly, going across to his right and a one-handed grab. And frustratingly, the replay ends just as the ball is still in the air, but it was a very fine piece of work all told. 406 for 7. I'll just confirm exactly how many Thane's got, because I think he had more than 20, but anyway, it's probably just me, but we'll
I have it down
confirm
as 24.
that. Yeah, he's showing us 20 on the board, and I've got him as 24 as well. But anyway, I think as the announcer just said 24 as well.
Yeah, 24 was the announcer.
Right, so at least we weren't imagining things. That's always good to know. And I reckon Harmer's got 4 less as well, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Harmer on 28. Maybe there was some.
Maybe just it didn't. That was definitely off the bat though from Thane, that one that went down to third man. I mean, it was a controlled steer, wasn't it? So anyway, he'll get his 4 runs back, I'm sure. But 410 for 7 it is now, because in fact what's happened here is the scoreboard has just frozen. That explains it. It has frozen, so that's why Thane's 4 wasn't added and the wicket has not been added.
Okay.
That does happen periodically here. You just have to sort of fly by the seat of your pants a little bit when it does happen, but it's happened here, at least momentarily. So it's 410 for 7. Harmer does have 28. Thane was out for 24, and it was a very useful partnership of 52 in the end, because that 4 actually brought up the 50 partnership, even though the crowd probably weren't aware, because the scoreboard was saying 406. So they did actually put on more than 50. 52, 7th wicket down at 410, and well, the lead is sitting at 77. Going to be I reckon Durham wouldn't mind if it pours with rain in the final session the way this is shaping up, because it could be quite an awkward session to bat, particularly with a cloud cover as it is.
Yeah, you would believe that. I mean, those two had a difficult job coming in, pretty much rebuilding the innings. There were very new batters in at the same time after those 3 quick wickets earlier today, and so yeah, I mean they've now sort of into the tail, but I think Thane and Harmer can think job well done. They've taken the lead over sort of 75, 77 runs. So Essex will be fairly pleased with where they are.
Bracewell plays a little defensive push away into the offside and collects a single. certainly can bat a bit, Bracewell. Coming in at number 9. Joining Harmer, 4.11 for 7. I note that Somerset have declared at 4.41 for 6, but it doesn't necessarily mean, of course, that the game is about to resume at Taunton, but they have declared. But you can declare any time during a rain break, but they have declared. Going to try and see if they can bowl Yorkshire out twice. I think if they succeed, Yorkshire will be probably quite annoyed with themselves. As that's played off the back foot. That's down for 2 towards the third man boundary. And in fact, because of a misfield, there's a possibility it might have gone for 4, but in fact I think it is eventually retrieved by Parkinson there, just out of our sight. It was always going to be 2, but he just sort of let it slip out of his hands and managed to get it back before it went over the rope. But that very heavy cloud cover is building up. We've still got the sun immediately over the ground, but the heavy cloud cover is really building up here. 4.13 for 7.
Yeah, it's just sort of edging its way over where the sort of hospitality suites are here at Essex, and ominously edging its way towards the ground and the pitch. But I've got my sunglasses on for now, so let's see how we go, see how many overs I can get with the sunglasses on.
Potts again, who's bowled really well here. It's played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. Getting himself another wicket. He has 3 for 87 in this is 29th over, which has just come to an end. Harmer 30, continuing his fine batting form of late. Bracewell won 4.13 for 7, and they are playing at the Oval. Surrey 2.19 for 2. They've got Folkes and Lawrence at the crease, and they lead Warwickshire by 2.17. So the idea there, I suspect, is to if they can to try and maybe get Warwickshire in. If not tonight, then first thing tomorrow, with a chase of over 370, 380, you would have thought. Still nothing at Hove. 4.13 for 7.
Well, Essex now just looking to make the tail wag as much as they can. It's the County Championship, day 3 of Essex against Durham at Chelmsford. In this relegation battle, Essex started the game 12 points ahead in 8th place. Durham were in 9th, and new over is from Parkinson. The first ball is flicked to the leg side. They're going to take off for a run, but there's a fielder coming in very quickly, and there is a direct hit. But I think the batter was well safe in his crease by the time the ball came in. Field from nowhere. I said the batters didn't see him come in there. They sort of flicked it off the pads to Simon Harmer and took off for the single. And I think the fielder came in just from probably outside their peripheral vision very quickly, and a phenomenal throw in. Any other game that would have been a direct hit and a phenomenal wicket, but on this occasion the batters were well safely in. So Essex moved to 414 for 7. Harmer on 30, Bracewell on 2, and it's going to be Callum Parkinson to continue. Second ball comes in, this is cut away on the offside, and that'll make it all the way to the boundary for a 4.
Stephen Tockley in touch with us, just saying that, confirming what we understand the Essex view is, that there's no support at all for the further reduction amongst county supporters. Obviously we know some administrators for some counties are in favour of it, and the board unanimous in opposing a reduction at the Essex Members Forum.
And Parkinson into Harmer again. The next ball is defended. Yes, there's only a lot of debate. I know Essex held a forum last night with their fans. I've not seen any official comms on the outcome of that. I've seen some unofficial tweets, but obviously, you can verify those as Parkinson comes in once again, and this one is edged safely by Harmer.
I think that's just restating a position that we know Essex hold, so
yeah,
that's no surprise at all. Obviously, there's going to be a vote, which we believe is going to be next week.
Parkinson in once again to Harmer, and he cuts this one again, similar to the region where he had got a boundary, a couple of balls again. It will make its way again to the boundary for another 4.
As I say,
expensive over this one.
The devil's in the detail. I still don't know quite what they're planning next year. And the critical thing, I say, the 100 is much earlier. How do you suddenly go from a regular season into a sort of 3 extra games where you don't really know if you're at home or away? And how do you prepare the pitches? There's a few difficult. I cannot see them making that change for next year. I think it's a possibility for 27, but a lot of questions to be answered if they were to do it for next year.
Yeah, it's always the way when there's mass change as Parkinson comes in. Harmer to face. 2 boundaries from this over so far, and this one is defended. So 9 runs from the over. Harmer on 38, Bracewell on 2. And Essex extend their lead to 89. They're 422 for 7. As the floodlights come on at Chelmsford, it's not even 2 o'clock in the afternoon yet.
I mean, to be honest, I'll give my opinion. If you have to drop games, it's better to drop one than any more than that. It's not even the best solution there is for a 13-match season. The best solution I've heard for that is keeping it as a top division of 10 and having the SBL split idea, where you play the other 9 teams once, you then have the blast, and then you play the other 5 games, so the top 5 play each other again, the bottom 5 play each other again. Doesn't matter when the 100 is, because you can play some games before the 100, some afterwards.
Yeah.
You probably want to be Cheltenham friendly and allow Cheltenham to have a game or 2, but that's a little bit of extra detail. But that I thought was the best plan for 13 games, but it got chucked out because at that time they were insistent that they weren't going to have 13 games. It had to be 12.
Had to be 12.
Oh dear.
That's right, 12.
Potts comes into bowl, and that's clubbed away by Bracewell. That's a firm blow, and it's going to be not stopped. I thought Emilio Gay was going to get to that, but he didn't quite manage to stop it in front of the backward point boundary, and it's gone for 4. So Bracewell goes along to 6. 426 for 7. Lead approaching 100. So will they make a change for next year? But if they do, there's a lot of detail to be sorted out. As I say, the one way they can get around the problem is to play championship cricket for a couple of weeks in the hundreds, but I don't think they'll do that just yet. But it was noticeable, Roshan, that the 50-over competition, with the possible exception of Surrey, because they had so many calls for the 100, across the country appeared to be stronger. Essex only had 4 calls, for example, to the 100 this year. And you could imagine that side potentially playing a championship match, because Dean Elgar would, of course, been probably back in the side as well. That's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So if you were to play a couple of rounds of championship games, you solve the problem, because then you can shove the 50-over competition a bit later. Yeah. But interesting to see what they do. But we'll find out about that. But it is frustrating, isn't it, not knowing for sure
I think
if what we're seeing here really has meaning.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of moving parts, and I think the ECB will have to sort of zoom out and take an overview of everything and shuffle things around, and make sure there's compromise so that everyone sort of is happy with a system that works. But ultimately it depends on what they decide to do with the county championship first and foremost.
Yeah, it's that fine detail that they have to, that we're not being told about yet, but they need to establish, played up into the offside. There's no way. You would presume that what they would do, who gets the 2 home games. That's the thing about having a 3-match, playoff, if you like, or Super 6, whatever they're going to call. It's a big difference between having 2 home games and 1 away, as opposed to 1 home game and 2 away.
Yeah.
Because particularly in September, you can play to the conditions that you want. So, and how they establish who those sides are, they're going to get the 2
home games.
Yeah. There'll be a few volunteers for it, but
I'm sure there will be.
5 saving 1 and a slip, and Bracewell hits this one away from Emilio Gay this time, and for 4. He's really started very well here, Bracewell. A couple of clubbing blows. One that was close to Emilio Gay, but he misfielded. That one was about 20 yards away from him, and he couldn't get across to it as it went away to the cover boundary. And he's gone to 10, 430 for 7. And Bracewell looking in good touch with the bat. And actually, if you can put a bit of a cameo here, it's going to be useful in accelerating the Essex lead, because Simon Harmer is someone who can just accelerate almost at the flick of a switch, as here Bracewell pushes forward to the persevering Potts. My word, he's bowled well today in the 3-man seam attack. His 30th over, 3 for 95, 430 for 7, as that's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Newcastle, online via the BBC Sport website and app, and via your smart speaker. Coming up to 2 o'clock. And we've only missed 20 minutes of play so far. We are going to miss rather more than that in the second half of the day, but we've done extremely well. It is very, very overcast here at Chelmsford, and that's a beautiful delivery which actually just nips back in a bit, I think, to Bracewell. Potts still finding that movement, and interesting question which I'll put to Martin when he comes back on. Does Wood coming back next week, possibly, for Durham, is that an unwanted distraction in a relegation battle? Well, I thought a bowler of his class, I mean,
it'd be a boost.
It's going to be a boost.
It'd be a boost,
but,
other than sort of selection headache. Who do you drop? I think.
Particularly, they only played 3 seamers here, so it may not be a selection issue. But I think a lot of people would like to see him have a bit of an outing.
100%.
They've still got this problem, of course, of Bethel not playing any. Well, he's been in the headlines, of course, in the last few days. But he still hasn't played any significant red ball cricket.
New over there, and it's going to be Parkinson to continue, and this is flicked off the pads of Harmer. only as far as the fielder in the deep for a single. It's Essex and Durham in this relegation battle in Division 1 of the County Championship. Team started, Essex in 8th, Durham in 9th. And with rain likely on the way, both teams scrabbled for bonus points as Parkinson comes in once again. It's Harmer to face. He pushes this one into the offside and they'll take off for a single. Ball is retrieved fairly quickly and returned. Just gone 2 o'clock here at Chelmsford and the floodlights are already on. Darkness is sort of setting into Chelmsford a little bit. Dark clouds in the distance from where we're stood in the Sir Alistair Cook stand as Parkinson comes in once again. Harmer to face, and this is, there's a little half appeal for an edge, but it was only ever half-hearted. I don't think they really heard anything. It was just a very close ball to the bat of Bracewell. Essex then 431 for 7. Here comes Parkinson once again to Bracewell, who pushes this straight back to a diving Parkinson who managed to stop it. I mean, we know spinner overs are fast, but I'm very impressed at how quickly Parkinson rattles through them. He really does have a very, very economical time. Here comes the next ball, and this is slashed away on the offside as a fielder out in the deep at backward point. And they'll jog across for a single as Essex move to 432 for 7.
I was going to ask you a little bit about how Bangladesh are getting on, because I know you do a podcast on them, and I know that they had quite a good time in T20 in a couple of series in July, which we might just reflect on.
As Parkinson comes in, and the next ball into Bracewell is driven to the fielder at long on. They'll run across for another single. Yeah, so Bangladesh are in the Asia Cup. Now, the Asia Cup's a fascinating tournament because they changed the format between T20 and one day depending on what the next major ICC tournament is.
And it's T20 this time, isn't it?
Correct, yeah, so it's a T21. And Bangladesh have they won a few back-to-back series.
Didn't they beat Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka?
Beat Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka.
Beat Pakistan
at home.
Both 2-1.
Both 2-1.
But that's what South Africa do all the time.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
But it's funny because Bangladesh have never really seen T20 as their best format, but they are.
I think to win in Sri Lanka is pretty good.
Yeah, correct. Well, it's they're going through a slight transition in the team. It's a very new look team because for sort of the last 10-15 years you had this like crop of like really experienced players, your Shakibs, your Tamims, that lot. But it's a very young new team at the moment.
It remains a sadness though that particularly when you think back to 2005 and the part they played in the build-up to that legendary Ashes series, that we've not seen more of Bangladesh in England in recent times as rain bowls, and that's going to be, he's come on to replace Potts, and that's just played up into the offside for a single by Bracewell. It goes along to 435 for 7. We remember them playing, it was a tri-series, wasn't it? Australia and England, and didn't they beat Australia?
In Cardiff by 5 wickets.
And,
I have the scorecard framed in my house.
Okay. And this was at a time when the Australians were a bit all over the place and they were going to Lumley Castle and being scared out of their wits and all that sort of stuff, or at least one of their team were. I stayed there and there was no need to worry about it. Great venue. Managed to stay there actually in the summer after COVID, and it was relatively cheap, but it won't be now. That's played defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Went to do a game with Martin in, I think it was May of 21. It was the first time it felt normal being at a cricket ground after COVID. And stayed there then. But no, I mean, that was a great memory. I think they've had one tour since then. But I think
2010 they had a tour. Tommy Mickle managed to get on the honours board with a century at Lord's, but since then...
Spitting with rain, by the way. As rain comes into bowl at 435 for 7. As that's driven by Harmer. Nice looking shot, well stopped at mid-off. That's saved, saved at least a couple of runs because it's taken a bit of a relay throw to complete the work there, but there was definitely going to be 4 if that hadn't been stopped. I think it was Lees who got hands to it, and a bit of backup from long on as it's just spitting with rain at the moment. We will, I think, be going off fairly soon. But they saved a couple of runs there. 437 for 7. The lead's gone over 100.
And yeah, it is raining. 3 more balls this over, and I wonder whether they'll decide to squeeze in another over of spin before going off. They have tended to do that during this game.
Raining at Worcester, where Notts 4 for 1 with Hamid out for a pair, both to Taylor, and that's clipped away by Harmer down towards long leg, and they're thinking of a second. It's not going to be there. and it's 4:38 for 7. So this lead now at 105. So Essex are getting there in terms of what they would have been looking to achieve today. It's probably taken a bit longer than they might have thought, but that's because of a collapse, the mini collapse. Which
I think Essex are now playing as though there isn't a rain interruption on the way.
Yeah.
They've got past the stage where they need to think about bonus points, and now I guess they can sort of play freely and just go, well, let's just get on with the game as if rain isn't there, because if we're going to get points for a draw, it's going to be the same regardless of how many runs we have on the board or whatever the lead is.
I like left field suggestions. We've got one here, as is played by Bracewell down towards backward point. To save the issue of having some sides playing 2 games at home and 1 away, and vice versa in this revamped format, Steve has suggested you play 1 at home, 1 away, and 1 at a neutral venue.
I love
that would be quite fun.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
It's very left field, but we throw it in there, Steve, as a suggestion.
Yeah.
Because it would actually solve that. The problem is just 3 games. It's not an even number, so you've got the big advantage of playing 2 at home. But no, interesting thought. There is one other there's a lazy solution to that problem, which is you just say whoever's in Group A gets the home games, 2 home games, and next year
or
it's
even higher ranked in the last season.
Yeah,
that seems like an easy way to give home advantage.
Still a bit unsatisfactory, not based on what they've done in the season they've just played, as that's played by Bracewell back down the pitch, but an interesting one, Steve. So we'll add that into the mix. 4:38 for 7, leader 105, Harmer 43 and Bracewell 13. And Stephen's back in touch saying he's always rated Potts. We were discussing at the ground yesterday. We think he's as good as Sam Cook, should be playing for England. And we'll talk maybe a bit more with Martin in the next segment about that when you're perhaps on with him. But it's good to see him. And yeah, he has been somebody who's had perhaps not as many appearances as one would have liked, but he really has impressed today in a 3-man attack, and he's led it very well indeed. Harmer 43 and Bracewell 13, and it's 4:38 for 7.
Looks like we are going to get another over. It's Callum Parkinson to continue from the Alistair Stewart end, and the first ball is flicked into the leg side. They'll take off for a single before the ball is retrieved and just inside the inside circle. And Essex move to 439 now for 7 in this relegation battle between Essex and Durham, 8th and 9th in Division 1 respectively. Bonus points have all been allocated as Callum Parkinson comes in once again to Bracewell, who pushes this back to the bowler for no run. And floodlights are on in Chelmsford. It's just gone 2:15 here. With dark clouds looming, rain expected in this game as Parkinson comes in once again. Bracewell dances up the crease to push this back only as far as the fielder at cover for another dot ball.
With those bonus points, Essex on 132 alongside Hampshire, and Durham on 118 at the moment, 9 adrift of Yorkshire, who haven't got on the field today.
Parkinson in again, Bracewell to face, and he just flicks this one to the field at point. Yeah, it's all very tight in the middle of that Division 1 table. 3 points separating the teams between 5th and 8th. So yeah, we're up for a tight finish as Parkinson comes in once again. Bracewell to finish. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. That's gone. Looks like all the way. Well, we're just waiting for a signal from the umpire, and it does eventually come, and it is a 6, but it hung in the air for just a few seconds longer than we were expecting. The umpire just had to watch it go over the rope to then confirm. So big hit. These two are motoring on very nicely. Harmer on 44, Bracewell on 19, and Essex 444 for 7. 445 now for 7. We'll just waited for a moment for the ball to be retrieved, and the umpire's going to have a little check at it. Check it's not taking too much damage on the way down. It's Callum Parkinson to continue then. And Bracewell, who's on 19 to face, in comes Parkinson, and this is pushed onto the leg side, and there's a slight misfield at mid-wicket, but there is a fielder out in the deep who should retrieve it before it hits the boundary. In the meantime, Bracewell and Harmer have run a couple, so Essex moves to 447 for 7. Bracewell moves to 21 and Harmer to 44. And Essex 447 for 7. Now, there was a little bit of rain. I'm just going to stick my hand out the window again. This is not a scientifically approved method, but I think that little drizzle we had a moment ago has gone. Yeah,
It's still threatening, isn't it? But having a look at the radar in a short while, but I think we're still expecting poor weather in the final session.
Mm-hmm. And remember, it's a fixed tea break later.
3:20,
yeah. So in just an hour and 10 minutes. But I feel confident we might get most of this session out in the field. new over then, and it's Rain. The first ball of the over is pushed back to the bowler.
Yeah, and Potts ending that long spell, which was very impressive. Rain 1 for 99 in, I think this is his 30th over, so they're getting through a lot of overs, aren't they, the Durham seam bowlers. Rain walking back to his mark. I'll just do this over and we'll bring Martin back on. Hopefully that won't signal an immediate deluge, which is entirely possible. A slip and 6 saving one, as that's played defensively by Harmer up into the offside, and there's no run. So just a quick update of where we are. We've had more play here than anywhere else, I think, in the country today. Nothing at Taunton, although Somerset have declared, nothing since very early on at Taunton. Somerset have declared at 4:41 for 6, but that didn't necessarily mean it was going to resume. It hasn't resumed. There's still no play there. They've just gone off again at the Oval. We're starting to frustrate Surrey a little bit. 228 for 2, but 226 ahead. As that's bowled him, and that'll come off an edge. Might have done, but Rain with a little bit of movement. Looks like it might have been an inside edge onto the stumps there for Harmer, who's gone for 44. Bracewell has 21, 447 for 8. Nice innings from Harmer, just continuing his good form of late. But just a hint of movement, which the Essex seamers won't be too displeased at seeing. And I think they're going to look to try and get as many runs as down to the last 2 now. Might as well just seeing if they can get as many as they can to see if they can get a bowl under these heavy cloud conditions before the more serious rain arrives, which we're expecting a little bit later on. But the end of Harmer, I think there was a bit of an inside edge there. 447 for 8. He goes to 44. Bracewell is 21.
Relief then for Rain. He hasn't had a wicket in this innings since the 7th over. That was the first wicket to fall. Feels a very long time ago now, and he has toiled really in the field whilst his colleagues around him have managed to nab a few wickets. So that'll be a relief for Ben Rain, taking a 2nd wicket. And a fun cameo there from Simon Harmer. Very enjoyable innings.
Well, he is in terrific form, and he's just looked very, very good with the bat since he came back from the break he had at the start of the 50 over competition. And I think the break started. I don't think he played in the game here against Warwickshire, but he's looked to be coming back in prime form with the bat, and he did well with the ball also in the 50 over competition. Snater is coming out, but he's got a runner with him. That's Charlie Allison. Yeah, it is raining again, so his time in the middle might be fairly brief. Just suggests that Snater's not moving particularly well, and Essex, of course, with the balance of their attack without Cook sort of playing Thane as a force seamer, it puts a lot of pressure.
Looks like they're
on,
going in.
and they are going to come off.
They've made Shane Snater walk all the way out.
Hand over to Martin. I knew this was going to happen, but at least he'll be back on when we do have a resumption. But yeah,
a moment for Shane Snater, who's just walked all the way out.
Yeah,
with a run.
When you're not in the best of health because you're injured.
Yeah,
and
only to be told to head back into
again.
the pavilion. Well, that's it then. The rain is it's looking like it's not coming particularly well. It's coming fairly steadily now. I'm doing my scientifically accurate method of sticking a hand out the window.
So at this precise moment, there was no play anywhere in Division 1, including here, where actually we've got rain interrupting play for the first time today. 447 for 8, Snater no score, Bracewell 21. Earlier, the 4th wicket stand between Dean Elgar and Matt Critchley went up to 191. It was close to being a record against Durham. And then Matthew Potts removed both in successive overs, with Elgar 150 and Critchley 129. And just worth reiterating, Potts' very impressive figures: 30 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 95. Rain has 2 for 99. A wicket each to Connors, Parkinson and to Ackerman. And it's been a very wholehearted effort by the Durham seamers today. So they'll appreciate the break, I think. But 447 for 8, the lead 114. Well, you could make a case for saying that Essex might declare when we do get back out there, depending on where it is, but when it is. But Bracewell has been going pretty well out there, and it might be the feeling is that he can still knock a few more runs just to stretch this lead out even more. But we'll see what happens when we do get a resumption. Just a quick email from Jeff, one of our regular contributors, about Gloucestershire's position on the championship changes. We mentioned that there was a story about Sussex's view a bit earlier on today. Gloucestershire have forums for members early next week. The current club position is they're prepared to countenance a reduction in red ball cricket, but first want to make sure there's no way of keeping the same number, changing the intensity of the schedule. The belief is that this is what has caused the increasing number of injuries to players. Members strongly against the reduction and the players strongly for it. But that's very common, I think, around the country, isn't it, Jeff? I'll just throw one thing into the mix. One of the things that sometimes you look at the fixtures and how they're organised, and you see that the T20 knockout stages is stretched over, 4 days, 3-4 days. And you just think, wouldn't it be slightly easier if we could actually try and fit that in between 2 rounds of championship matches? Because that would, that's one example of where you can potentially save a little bit of time. But interesting that, Jeff, I think Gloucestershire's position is quite similar to any other counties. Members against the reduction, the players strongly for it. At least with the intensity of the schedule, I think that's why the reduction to 12 blast games, I think, it's not been universally welcomed, and I know Essex didn't particularly welcome it, but certainly for some of the sides it is going to reduce the intensity of the travel. I just think it's a little bit of an irony that one of the trade-offs for going down to 13 championship games, Jeff, is 2 extra 50-over games. Well, if that's not a regionalised competition, I'm not sure if it's going to be. There's a lot of extra travel if you've got 2 more 50-over games, maybe in the space of 3 days. But anyway, thanks very much indeed for that. We're going to take a break here at 2:15 with Essex 4:47 for 8. It is still raining, not hard. We've got the main cover out there, but we don't have any of the tarpaulins at the moment. Maybe they're just sort of a bit of a waiting brief, the ground staff, but we'll take a bit of a break. It might be this is just a passing shower. We can get out again fairly soon. The fact that the ground staff are not rushing for the tarpaulins is a good sign. They've just covered the pitch. But as soon as we have any more play, we'll be straight back to you.
Well, welcome back to Chelmsford. We have had a bit of a delay because of rain, and the players have come back out with the next huge dark cloud hovering right above us. The floodlights remain on. 4 overs have been lost. So Essex resuming their first innings, 447 for 8, and Snater is on strike. He faces his first ball of his innings from Ben Rain. He walked out into the middle with a runner earlier, but then as soon as they got out into the middle, it started to rain and they turned around and came off again. But a hugely nasty looking dark cloud is just, I call them Death Star clouds because it reminds me of the opening scenes of the original Star Wars when that huge spaceship comes into view and
Yeah, I see what you
blots
mean.
everything out. Yeah.
Emerging from the trees.
Yeah. Rain again, bowling here, and Snater cuts that down towards the gully, and it's gone underneath Parkinson and away for 4. Parkinson slams the ground with his right hand twice. So Snater off the mark. That means Essex reach 450. So 450 for 8 in 125.5 overs. So I was telling you, wasn't it? It was Essex got their highest score against Durham last year, so they're about to beat that then, aren't they? So they need to get to 489. They got 488 in a draw at Chester Street in a rain-affected match last season. Rain comes in from the gooch end, bowls to Snater, who drives at that one. It's played into the covers, no run there. Picked up by Colin Ackerman. And that is the end of the over, which began before the rain break. And saw Harmer get dismissed for 44.
Essex then 451 for 8. Doug Bracewell on 21. He'll face the first ball of the next over, and with him Shane Snater, who is on 4, out there with a runner. You can see Charlie Allison stood several yards away from the crease. So it's Essex against Durham in the county championship. It's day 3. They've had a short rain delay, but both teams back out now. The dark clouds looming over Chelmsford, and it is going to be Callum Parkinson to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bracewell to face the first ball. In comes Parkinson, and this is nudged to the leg side. They thought about a single. They decided to take that single. In comes the throw to the bowler's end, and it's a slight overthrow, and they thought about going for a second before deciding against it. So 1 run added to the total. Essex now moved to 452 for 8. That's a lead of 119, and so with all the bonus points allocated today, Essex now I think will go about their business as if this is just a normal game, and they're not going to think about the weather. They've done well with the bonus points, and now it's just about sort of playing out the game as if there was no rain on the way, as Parkinson comes in once again to Snater, who on the back foot smashes this through the covers. There is a fielder. Bracewell thought about calling for a run. He'd advanced a fair way down the wicket, but then decided to send his partner back. As the floodlights have been on in Essex for an hour now. Here comes Parkinson in again to Snater, who just defends this one. Forward defensive shot. 452 for 8 the score. And yes, we are expecting rain, but I think Essex now can to play as if, you know, this is a normal game. They've got the bonus points, and now they can just play it out, going for a normal win, I think. And this is a slightly lofted delivery from Parkinson. It is smashed down the ground. That will go all the way for 4. So Snater, who for a long time we weren't sure whether we'd see him back in this game, because there was sort of ambiguous updates. We were waiting for updates. They were doing tests. We were waiting for the results of those, but he has emerged.
He went down hard when he was bowling the other day, and it looked quite bad. He was rubbing his hamstring area for a while, and then he picked himself up, went back to his mark, and then walked off. So,
well, he's back and he's out there, and hopefully he's okay other than the running. And he's smashed a couple of boundaries already. So here comes Parkinson once again into Snater, and this one is defensively hit on the back foot. Essex on 456 for 8 now. And, the lead extends to 123. Parkinson in again. This one's cut away on the back foot, and they'll take off for a single. The fielder out in the deep is able to retrieve the ball, and that will complete the over. Essex 457 for 8. Slater on 9 and Bracewell on 22. And the clouds are sort of edging over the ground now. And we're behind the trees across from where we are in the commentary box, just behind the Graham Gooch end.
This big cloud that's right above us now, the tail of it looks like it's touching the floor just beyond the apartment complex, and I think when that comes in, that will be really heavy, and that's the sort of cloud that looks like it could have a bit of lightning in it as well.
It's almost cinematic, isn't it? When it sort of emerged over the ground.
Ben Rain then, coming in, running in towards us. Balls to Snater, who goes back into his crease to play that one. Pushes the ball back up towards the bowler's end.
Now, Marcy, you've just got the binoculars out.
Yeah.
So what are you spotting? What are you looking for?
I'm just looking to see what's happening on the far side of the ground. And although we've got all this weather around us, it looks to be a good drying day as rain balls, and this has gone off to point, and Snater goes for a little wander. He's limping there.
Oh, have you spotted some
just on the
washing?
balcony of one of the apartments over the far side there, just some washing on a
clothes horse.
on a hanger thingy area.
Although I think the ones on the top, they do look roofed, don't they? So maybe they have been protected from the rain so far. So unaffected by the weathering conditions, unlike the cricket today, which has seen a couple of delays.
.457 for 8 the score. Snater again defends. This one rolls out into the offside. Is picked up by Ackerman. The lead's 124. It's quite light over sort of west side of Chelmsford, but to the northwest, the southwest, Armageddon looks like it's on its way.
Doesn't it? The BBC weather app says there should be thunderstorms imminent.
Well, that looks to me like it could be a thunderstorm.
Yeah, I would believe that.
Yeah. Rain balls. Snater plays the ball to point, no run. I wouldn't be surprised if we suddenly saw lightning in the sky now. It's that kind of look about it.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, the floodlights are they on fully? It's sort of,
Yeah, they are.
They are, aren't they?
They're a new design. They're similar to the ones they've got at the Oval, which are shaped like the 3 feathers at the Oval, but a lot of them don't look like they're actually
switched on,
illuminating, but they're pointing downwards. But they are quite bright. They're a new LED design. Rain to Snater. Snater plays it back past him. Tries to stop it with his left foot. It's collected behind the bowler at mid-off by Lee's no run there. I know I don't want you to look directly into the lights because they are very bright and then you'll not be able to see anything for a few seconds. But just at the top, there's a very huge lightning spike, the lightning conductor.
Yes, I see
Can you see that?
Yeah, I see those actually.
So,
yeah,
that might be attractive to this cloud. Remember a few years ago, Durham playing Yorkshire, and this thunderstorm came in just as the match had finished. It was weird. As rain comes and bowls, Snater turns this to mid-wicket, no run there. It went very silent, and then suddenly there was the noise of hundreds and hundreds of birds. That was a maiden. And I looked out the window, and there were hundreds of pied wagtails. And then they all flew off, and just as they all flew off, there was this almighty bang, and a bolt of lightning came down and hit the floodlight behind the pavilion. I got the fright of my life. And just within a few minutes, and I'm literally, time it took for me to get out the building into the car, which I was in the process of doing at that time, the roads were flooded, and the storm caused quite a bit of damage. They're going off again here, so
we've had going up again. I can't see rain. What do you think that's?
It is raining on this window now.
Yes, it is.
So off they go again, and
I think I've got a feeling this might be a slightly bigger.
Well, I think this will be an early tea now, but I don't think from 4 o'clock there's any chance of any play anyway. Maybe this is the the weather arriving earlier than originally forecast in the radar that I looked at this morning. So if this is the 4 o'clock rain and this is not just something else that's got here early, then that might be it for the day. So Essex go off again on 457 for 8, and the lead is 124. So they went off initially at 12 minutes past 2. They've come back on, they've played 2.5 overs and off they go again. So we'll leave you there for now, and we'll let you know when we know.
And we're not going to start at 4 o'clock. Was there a mention we were going to? Or?
That's it, we're done for the day now.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's raining at the moment, is it? But
I noticed a lot of these, a lot of the women's games, when you're looking on the club
yeah,
and stuff, there's a lot of people, all the comment sections from the subcontinent, you know.
yeah, yes, I noticed that. So we had about 10-15 minutes, didn't we? We had basically about an hour after lunch, and then another sort of 10-15 minutes.
Your mic's on.
Yeah, just in case they can hear me on the yeah, because they're going to come to me in a minute.
This was the point in the day where the rain.
Last time we went off was about 10 to 3, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, I think so. Is it?
Managed 2 overs after the last session, didn't it? Okay. Yes, I'm not sure we're going to see any more action today. Unfortunately, we're in the third rain delay with Essex in their first innings still on 457 for 8 and leading Durham by 124. Imagine that they'll probably declare if there isn't any more play. Earlier in the day, Elgar was out for 150 and Critchley went for 129. The lead currently is 124.
Yeah, we haven't had any play here for over an hour. You feel the weather is closing in for the day. In the play that has been possible this afternoon, Essex have stretched their first innings to 457 for 8. That gives them a lead of 124. There was a good partnership for the 7th wicket between Noah Thane and Simon Harmer. They put on 52. Thane was out to an exceptional slip catch off Matthew Potts for 24. 3rd wicket for Potts, and then Harmer bowled off an inside edge by Ben Rain for 44. Earlier, the standout featured the completion of an excellent 4th wicket stand of 191 between Elgar, who made 150, and Critchley, who made 129. But we don't think there's going to be too much more play if the forecast is right for the rest of the day. No play at the moment. Essex 457 for 8.